Ladies and gentlemen, I know what you're all here for. The thing you want most. Which for some reason isn't showing up on the screen. Very strange. Come on, there you go. Right, who's ready for torture? It's okay. The only one getting tortured is me. I actually do have something to say about that, but let's wait until we're a bit further in. I want a couple people streaming before I give a big speech. Okay, where the hell were we? Yeah, we moved the game a little bit here. Good morning, Zartaft, Trihexia, Micromano. Actually, oops. I can actually answer that. I have 98 mana, level 99 Trihexia. Mana uses 19, 17, 12, 17, 34 mana. So even if I was literally max level, there are spells I can only cast twice. Which is why that's a negative, by the way. I get the idea of restricted cool factor. That's actually a common thing. The Rage of the Titans in God of War, for example. But, that's bonkers. 99, Mike Demano. 100 minus 1. It's the standard. So yeah, I'm pretty sure at the level I would be at this point in the game, I would have one spell use, maybe two. So I would have to hold on to those, because in some cases spells are used for puzzle design. So I would need to be very careful about what I do. Damn it, I demand a complicated story as Zartaft, or else. Oh, this isn't even close to the record on negatives. We've hit triple digits on negatives. Hey, Fife. Hello, Dr. Winter. Hi, Giga. Yes, the positive is you. You add positivity to this game. Congratulations. I'm not sure that's a good thing or not. That's kind of like being told, congratulations, the Nazis were considered terrible except for you. Is that a good thing? Sorry, I shouldn't use Nazis for that kind of a comparison. I know that the internet in general has a bad tendency to misuse the term Nazi. So, I don't know, Darkspawn? I don't know, we'll come up with something. Okay, here we go. So this is the entrance. I am found now. Yep. Okay, so I found the entrance, so I know where I am. Yeah, the Imperial... Exactly, Trihexia. The Imperial Stormtroopers were terrible, but not you. You're the Finn of Imperial Stormtroopers, Giga Pudding. Oh my god, I can totally see that. I mean, honestly, I liked Mortal Kombat 11 Zartaft. Granted, the plot was stupid, so I suppose that's valid. You don't like Finn? Finn is my favorite character in the sequel trilogy. Which makes you my favorite character, Giga Pudding. In Final Fantasy XIV, obviously. I'm not actually joking, by the way. Finn really was my favorite character in the sequel trilogy. Hi, IOC. Well wishes and well thoughts. Okay, so hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where I am again. I know I haven't... You know what? I should do my due diligence here. I should show you just how bad these stupid maps are. Give me a sec. Here we go. Okay, so like... Am I? So, granted, this isn't the game's fault, and I'm not going to ding the game for this, but... Like, just look at these maps. Let's look at these stupid things. And in some cases, they're fine. But in other cases, like, okay, hang on. So there was this one place where I kept getting screwed up with. And you remember I was staring at the map for like a solid minute trying to figure out what to do. It was that one right there on the left. You see that in the upper left? The Forge. Because the problem is, it's a 3D area. It's actually a 3-story area that they're trying to present with a top-down map. And so I kept staring at it like, where's the staircases? Where's the roads? Yes, this is the Prima official strategy guide. And we all know Prima Guide sucks, right? Like, Prima Guides have always sucked. So it's like, what? How do I... Where do I... Alright, so where we actually are is we're down here. We just got through the egg mines to map 50. So we're in the ancient city, level 1, right there. That's where we are, right there. So we just went through that door, which was to 48. So we're in the upper left. I don't know where we're going. I think we're going down. Because I'm still just making up what the hell we're doing at this point. I actually watched a bit of a lore explanation video on this game earlier. Because it's a Dark Souls game and I always have to watch a lore explanation video to figure out what the hell's going on. And I'm just going to admit that. And everything they talked about is something we haven't encountered yet. Also, apparently there are translation issues, which is funny in a game where most of the lore comes from little like text tidbits here and there. So you have to piece together a puzzle, but someone cut some of the edges of the puzzles off and someone spray painted over some of the puzzle pieces. Have fun. Oh, speaking of which, we could probably swing a negative for localization for exactly the reason I just mentioned. Hi, Oni Densetsu. Right, hang on. Let's not get lost. Let's not get lost. No, I don't mean specifics. I mean localization. The localization issues. That's it. They're apparently localization issues. Okay, so yeah, I can one-shot anything because we're cheating. Okay, so I don't want to go to map 40. I want to go that way? Yeah, I want to go this way. I think. Because we want to go south in general. This is south. In my defense, we weren't cheating originally. It took us a minute to get there. Okay, so there's that save station. There's a switch over here. Maybe there's just a door. Maybe there's a door over here. Maybe there's a switch past the door. This is the in-game music, yes. New area. Where we go? Where we go? We revere the great darkness which hesitate in. No, that's revere. We revere the great darkness which hesitate in the flow of time. So there's an example of a localization issue. I don't know how much. See, here's the problem, and this is something that's actually worth discussing, because it might be that these are just minor issues, but I don't know. And this is one of the reasons I'm hesitant to give a negative for this, because I don't know how much nuance I'm missing in these stories. Like, we've seen Souls-likes. We know how much they put emphasis onto tiny details, because they expect you to pick up on those details and then put the pieces together, right? So I don't know how much of these are just little goofs that don't really matter, and how much of them are screwing up the story that I'm trying to piece together, right? So, I don't know. I do not know. Hi, Hazardous. Well, if this is where I think it is, and it is, let's grab a save date. Oh, I don't know if there's going to be a Xenomorph boss. Good morning, Blade Tabal. Good morning, Grey Widow. Yes, Japanese. Sorry, this is a FromSoft game. So, Japan. Into the depths. What if we could shoot fireballs underwater? We cannot. I applaud that for making sense. Are you an enemy? You are an enemy. Good morning, friendly Indy. Did you end up seeing the movie? No spoilers. Just curious if you liked it. I'm also not sure if it's out yet. I'm not sure of the timeline here. Whoop, 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 whoop. There's a sword over there. Let's get some air first. We live with darkness, we go with darkness. I will admit, and I've said this many times, I don't enjoy the type of storytelling that the Souls-likes have. But that's a preference thing. One thing that pissed me off the most when we were streaming Elden Ring was the reviewers who would say that Elden Ring had a lazy story, or lazy writers. And that honestly pissed me off, because of all the things you could level at Elden Ring for negatives, laziness is not on that list. What they did required a fairly large amount of time, effort, and work. You know? I mean, come on, right? What I'm trying to say is that there is a lot of work and care that is put into this style of storytelling. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean I can't acknowledge and accept that. In the beginning there was chaos. We saw the darkness within and gladly embraced it. We worshipped and existed within the darkness. Darkness was our peace. After much time passed, the darkness left our hands and willed itself to consume all. We closed the altar and returned to the beginning. Unbalanced power can only bring forth destruction. Do not go near the sealed darkness. Make our demise your lesson. Kingdom Hearts joke. I also want to pick up a key while we're here. Good morning, Narset. Can I just admit that I feel really awkward sitting here not in my uniform? I've said before I wear the uniform as much for myself as for the stream. And just sitting here in shirt and shorts is just kind of weird. Okay, so... Where's the bridge? Where's the bridge? Here's the bridge. Okay, so we need to go there. Okay. Really, Giga? Which one? I mean, I know it's going to be some horrific abomination of death, but I look forward to seeing it anyways. Did I read this one? To hold the will of the darkness, we build an altar and offer the idol. Sorry, hazardous, but lol. What are you linking me, Giga? Oh my god, it's a virus. Yeah, no, that's pretty legit. Can that be dyed? Because if that could be dyed, that's perfect. Oh my god, I need to get that suit now. Okay, so I need to get over there. I think I'm a little turned around now. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Yeah, hang on. I'm going to update the HUD in a second. Did I already read this one? We seal the altar of the darkness that overpowered. Do not approach it. Hey, look, it's the altar of darkness. We should approach it. Hang on. There's a key I need to get. And it's over there, I think? Yeah, it's over there. I see it, I see it. It's this one. I'll admit I've kind of gotten used to the controls, but the controls in this game. Okay, so we got the ancient key. Darkness, cold, peaceful, shadow veil over all life. Darkness is the heart of all worlds. Equalitas is the heart of all worlds. Anything up here? Oop, oop, oop. Yeah, okay, so... yeah, this is the way out. This is the way out. Double check something. Yep, this goes up here. Okay, so we're going this way. This way. There's apparently a switch in this room we need to still get. Thank you, Equalitas, very much for the sub. As always, if you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Okay, so is this the switch? No, this is a save. No, let's go and save. So there's a switch in this room somewhere. I'm blind, dumb, stupid, and deaf. Hello, Darkrai. If you could do me a favor and just murder me, I'd be cool with that. I think the switch is actually on the other side of this door. What do you want to bet? Okay. Okay, hang on a second. So 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. What? Chrono Trigger is actually already funded Equalitas, so you can't really put money towards that. Is it up? I think it's up. I think it's up. Okay, let's see if we can figure out getting up. Sorry, I'm trying to talk a little bit quietly because the kids are still asleep, so forgive me. And I know the mic quality's not great. There's not a lot I can do about that right now. Okay. That doesn't help at all. Is that on the list? Could someone do me a favor and check if Shadow Warrior's on the list, please? Please? Okay, so... yes, this is the only way to go. I don't understand what the benefit of going back here is, but we're going to figure it out. Yeah, this leads us back to floor 40. For reference, we were on floor 50, or map 50, excuse me. The code alone is 1 million. Jesus. Thank you, Lord Harrowmont. And Darkrai. But not Giga. No thanks to Giga. Patooey, I say. Although I could go for some bacon right about now. Shadow Warrior. Look, I didn't have much of a breakfast, okay? What do you want from me? Oh, the stretch. By the way, Equalitas, as a reminder, you can put donations up to 3 things with no extra cost. So if you want to put that towards 2 additional things, you can. Oh, wait, hang on. I need to do drugs. Let's do some drugs. Oh, that's just... all right, I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay. Where the hell am I? Feeling bad for pretty much the entire eastern seaboard right now, the United States. For those of you not familiar with what's going on, so Canada has pretty regular wildfires because that's how physics works. But there's a particularly bad wildfire going on right now, which is lowering the air quality of pretty much the entire eastern seaboard. 2 days ago, I think, at this point, a friend of mine walked outside and could not only see the air, but it was hard for him to breathe. It was just, he was so heavy, he was having trouble intaking. He had, you know what manual breathing is? He was stuck at manual breathing. This is not where I want to be. I would play the PS2 version of Chain of Memories Triaxia. For those who don't know what manual breathing is, right now, you are not thinking about breathing. You're just breathing. It's a very autonomic system. But there are certain circumstances in which the body, that automatic breathing just doesn't really work, and you have to put mental thought and conscious effort into intaking and exhaling. That's manual breathing, when you have to force yourself to breathe, often through your mouth. You know, like that. Okay, so I don't know where I'm going. Jesus Christ, Spartan. I'm not gonna ask you to dox your situation. Just, I hope wherever that was got better in a hurry, because good God. Okay, I see where I am. Well, because I hated the GBA so much that I never beat it, Triaxia, and I've beaten the PS2 version several times. So, shrug. Yeah, no kidding, Blade Jamal. I can attest to that one. Back when my nose was completely plugged, immediately after the surgery, sleep was very difficult. I had to drug myself down every night. And honestly, I probably shouldn't have, because that was dangerous, but whatever. Okay, so I want to go this way. I want to go to map 38. I think. Listen, Rex, this is the best game ever made, and I will hear no argument on that matter. See, I don't really have a good answer to that, Triaxia, because I never actually played it again. It was so bad, I never went back to it. Really, Spartan? Jesus. Okay, so hold on. So this is now map 38. Okay, so this... We've already... So we killed the giant beetle, I remember that. So we've actually already done that. What we have not done... Okay, so... No Darkrai. Jesus, Spartan. Okay. Okay, so I need to go this way, I think. Hang on, so this is going to turn here, and here. It's going to die. Well, these two. And I want to go through here to map 39. It's fine, Giga. You know, it wasn't fair of me to demand that you're the only one who hops on the grill, so I decided to join you there. Okay, so if I go right, there should be an NPC here. God, can you imagine doing this without a map? This does not look like an NPC. We're gonna leave this room. I mean, I'd have to think about that choice, I'm just saying. Okay, so we go through here, kill those things, and there should be a boss through here. Hello, boss? Hello, boss. They still exist, the remnant of the forest folk. Hi. Okay, that's an interesting attack. That's probably one of the cooler boss concepts so far, actually. Kill it in one shot, but you know. that boss is dead. I'm not sure what that we get out of that, but the boss is dead, so that's the important part. Now that Mr. Red's here, I've got a speech prepared. Oh, I barely remember Arena. So hang on, we fought the Earth dude, the Fire dude, the Giant Beetle, and the guy we just fought. And I think that's it for bosses so far, because we accidentally skipped the Spider boss, and we skipped, like, the Wigga Queen. So I think that's where we're at. Yeah, that was a boss. Anyways, you can tell because, you know, as with all Dark Souls games, big epic music started playing the moment we encountered him. So, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and acknowledge something. As much as I hate this game, and to be very clear, I do, I'm going to give a story positive for visual storytelling. It's not much, and there's a couple things here and there, but yes. Story negatives, yep, nope, those are good. We did, however, come up with 2 gameplay positives, both of which are for the spells, which is funny because the spells are also a negative. However, I also updated the gameplay negatives, which you may not have noticed that number has grown a little bit. And I am debating an additional story positive. We'll have to see how we do as we go further down into the depth. But this HUD is up to date as of right now. And I wanted to acknowledge that, because now I want to give a bit of a speech. Let me figure out where I'm going first. So here's the deal. There's a here. Let me get a highlight timestamp in case we don't actually highlight this game. There's a concept called resistance in game design. It's actually very important. It is in fact mandatory. Resistance is what allows the player to accomplish anything. I'm explaining that wrong. Resistance is falling into a pit and dying, or an enemy hits you and does damage, or whatever. There's many different types of resistance when it comes to game design. It's a very generic term, but it refers to anything the game does in order to push back against the player, to force you to overcome it, hence the term resistance, right? Now, resistance is a very, very debated topic amongst game design, for good reason. Probably because it is such a subjective thing. There's no such thing as good resistance or bad resistance in the strictest sense of the word. Because resistance is resistance, and how much you are going to want or interact with is going to depend entirely upon you and your individual preferences, right? Really? Really? You're just... I just want you to listen, Mr. Red, because this speech I've been saving for you. If I have to wait a minute, I can wait a minute. Hang on. So, yeah, this is where I need to go. Hang on. There we go. Now down. See? Resistance. That's not actually what I wanted, but whatever. And I thought it was what I wanted. Apparently it wasn't. How do I get... God, I hate these maps so much. I think I need to go there, actually. Because I don't think I have the key item for this, although I thought I picked one up. But obviously I didn't. Okay, I'll double check. I feel like I've gotten an item of that shape. Maybe I've used one? Wait. No. Well, shoot. Okay. Let's try one other thing here before we give up on this completely. I did too, Mr. Red. I swore I picked up that specific symbol. In fact, when I saw it, I was like, oh, good, I've already got that one. It's actually what ran through my head. Anyways, resistance. Sorry, let's do this over. I'm getting distracted. I'm going to put the control down. Let's stare at these. Let's stare at these beautiful, beautiful textures while I talk. So, you remember yesterday that I gave that big speech? It should be in the highlight reel, if we do a highlight reel, about how there's a growing group of people who enjoy MMOs. Even though MMOs are arguably bad games, that's simply not what they're after, right? Again, just to refresh, there's MMOs where the players generate the content, EVE Online, or the upcoming Dune game. There's MMOs where the developers generate the content, like Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2, or World of Warcraft. And then there's MMOs which are chat programs with something to do while you chat. And it was a completely different format, even though those are arguably bad games and would review badly. The fact of the matter is, they're not really intending to be a game in the strictest sense of the word, right? It's a community thing. And so that's the point of it. And I mentioned that got me thinking. That got me thinking about the ideas and concepts of games and people who just want something else out of a game. And that got me thinking about this game. Let me be very clear. I think this game sucks. I stand by every single one of these negatives I've given this game. If anything, I have been overly kind because we've been cheating, and the level of frustration I'm feeling is lower because of that. So this is not even a fully accurate review. However, Mr. Red was telling me last night why he likes this game, and it's because when he was a kid he was dropped on his head repeatedly. It's because of the fact that Mr. Red enjoys overcoming games. And that got me thinking, because I know people who really enjoy games like Dark Souls, or, well, I'm not going to name any specifics, but bad games, to put it simply. I know people who legitimately enjoy bad games. The example I always like to go back to is Hearth and Stone, I think is the name of the game. I actually just forgot the name of the game. It's a game where crafting stuff takes literal hours, as in real life hours, and doing something like chopping down a log takes like several minutes of just sitting there and holding down the button. It's a game that would review horribly. It's a game that is an awful game that people enjoy because the whole point is the resistance. Some people enjoy overcoming the game. Now, I understand that. I completely comprehend that in an abstract. I liked playing Cyber Shadow, which is a balls-hard Ninja Gaiden game, right? I liked playing Jedi Fallen Order on hard. I killed every boss in Bloodborne and Elden Ring without cheats, right? Like, I don't need to explain this. I enjoy that kind of overcoming. The difference here is the specifics of what's being overcome. In the examples I just gave, I was overcoming difficulty. But in the examples of games like this, what you're doing is you're overcoming the fact that it's a bad game. So what this means is I firmly stand behind my review that this is a bad game. But it is then understandable why people would enjoy it, because what they're doing is they're beating the game. Does that make sense? Not because the game's difficult, because frankly, this is not a difficult game. It is a boring game. It is a slow game. It is a slog with no direction and no guidance and terrible visuals. And the whole thing plays awfully with terrible controls and a bad interface. But all of that can then be resistance, which the player can then enjoy overcoming. And this was really in my head, not just because of Mr. Red, but because of when I was looking up some of the lore stuff last night, trying to figure out more about what's actually going on in this game. I saw a lot of people talk about how much they enjoyed beating the game, how much this was a beloved classic, and I'm just sitting here thinking, why? Not in an insulting way, in a, no, really, why do you enjoy this game? But then I got to thinking, one of the things that I have consistently lambasted about several games, especially FromSoft games, is their terrible interface and their bad controls. This is true even up to and including Elden Ring. And the reason I bring all that up is because one of the most consistent responses I got was that improving the controls and improving the interface and making the game actually play better would diminish the game. It would make the game worse. And every time someone said that, I would just shake my head like, huh? Well, this is my theory, my statement. I say theory, but I'm willing to put high certainty on this one. I think some people just enjoy overcoming the game. And there's nothing actually wrong with that. But I should say that doesn't make the game better. And if I can defend myself on that point for one quick second, let's say there's a game that's not a good game, but it's got a great mod scene. The modders have come in and made this game fantastic. Awesome. Does the game get credit for that? You see the point? So, if you enjoy this game, honestly, thumbs up. I'm happy. But this is still a crap game. The name of Wise Sage ends here. I can't believe the Hand of Darkness has reached this far. Are the guardians I created powerless before them? Exactly, Fife. Why did our king leave us? Where did he go? The darkness can't reach the outside world if we conceal it in the city. Our only hope is Lord Mew. Mew, Mew! The door has been sealed. We can never escape. And then there's this one, which I didn't read out loud, which was, the stones to the drawbridge for the center tower have been removed. The cutoff roof will be easy to climb. There's nothing I can do. Yeah, I honestly didn't even notice these textures at first, to be very honest. My utmost treasure I leave in this land. You shall penetrate the thin hole with a single blow. The device will not be solved by one that relies only upon magic. Why was the forbidden door open? To release the dark folk within? The foolish child. The things left by the king shall be surrounded by my guardians. I set all the guardians free. Did my disciples ever reach their destination? Who will meet the guardians outside of the gate? And there's the person who wrote all that. I was gonna say, this is not a joke. That's the most plot we've gotten in the entire game. That's not an exaggeration. Hidden in this one random room, which I almost didn't go through. I was just being thorough. Look at this. Tell me if there's anything interesting in this room from this screen right here. You know, if I'm gonna ding WoW on this, I am absolutely gonna ding this game on this. Story presentation. Oh, I agree with you, Dark Prince Revan. I feel like this group of people who enjoy overcoming the games, how do I phrase this? Are too defensive of their bad game, to put it bluntly. I don't have a better way to put that. I do actually enjoy Zero Punctuation, yes. Yahtzee Croshaw. Yahtzee Croshaw is an interesting reviewer because he's one of those reviewers who's actually a legitimate game reviewer, but you wouldn't know it unless you're paying attention. I've heard people say, oh my god, he hates every game, and that's actually very untrue. He has been glowingly positive about many games. He just does so in his particular acerbic fashion, right? You have to pay attention to his tone and his word choice to kind of determine whether or not he's actually being negative or not. It's the same thing with CinemaSins, to be completely honest. I know a lot of people hate CinemaSins, and that's fine. But CinemaSins will always make fun of a film, but you can always tell when they actually enjoy a film versus when they actually dislike one. Okay. Whoops, hang on. No, I want to go here. Lol. Damn it, as it is. I mean, that is true, Rex, and you're right. I don't consider that when it comes to review purposes, and I stand by that decision. But I will agree, there are certain games that just have... I like to call it uniqueness. You know, they offer something in terms of atmosphere or tone or just the style of the game, for lack of a better way to put it. There's supposedly a hidden door here. I've just mashed A on the wall. Not seeing anything. I will admit CinemaSins is hit or miss. I just don't really have a problem with that. I also agree that CinemaSins is not a review thing, which is, I think it sounds very strange. One of my biggest complaints about people who complain about CinemaSins. I know that sounds like a weird way to put that, but you know what I mean. Not that I'm talking about you, Dr. Winter, quite the contrary. But there are people who... have this weird impression that every video done on YouTube is a review. And I know that sounds like a weird way to put that, but I phrase it that way very specifically. There we go. Sure, Dr. Winter. It's a hammer. Ooh. Because CinemaSins is not a review channel, and it never has been. It has always and will ever be a humor channel. It pokes fun at specific elements of the video. It's like how it should have ended. H-I-S-H-E, Hishi. Hishi is pretty clearly, and always has been, a humor channel. It's not a review channel, right? I kind of haven't, no, Mr. And I don't think I'm going to. Damn it, Magister. I'm getting off topic now. The point I was trying to reach is that CinemaSins is awesome. Alright, moving on. No, that was the point I was trying to reach. Sorry, thank you. The point I was trying to reach is that I personally tend to have a little bit of sympathy for people who mention that CinemaSins is a review channel. I'm saying that wrong. I have sympathy for CinemaSins considering people call them a review channel. And you're probably thinking, why? Because people call my Ruminations reviews all the time. They're not. They never have been. The Ruminations were and always have been Ruminations, which is why they were called that. And yet people have mistaken them for reviews for years, quite literally up to and including yesterday, when I got a comment yelling about my review of a Lamentation I gave to TNG. Okay, I don't know how to get up there, so I'm gonna give up on this. If you remember, I don't know if you were around back then, but I actually had to add the word analysis just so people would understand what I was going for in those. What's actually funny, I think you're right, Crazy Nurse. What's actually funny is I would love to review the episodes of Trek someday, just like I'd love to review some movies someday. The problem is I haven't really figured out a good format for doing that, because my method of review easily translates to non-interactive medium. The gameplay is the mechanism and function of the creation of the show or the episode. You know, cinematography, lighting, special effects, makeup, camera, props, you know, that kind of stuff. And then, obviously, the story axis is obvious, the actual specifics of the acting. Oh, hey. Thanks, Mr. Red. It's this room that I'm in right now! Thank you. Excuse me. But hey, there it is. Perfect. Perfect. Um, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough, Spartan. But given my point, I would actually love to do actual reviews someday and actually review episodes of Trek or movies or whatever. I've never figured out how to make that happen because copyright law is one of the dumbest things in the universe. And if I was to just start streaming a movie, well, I might get kicked off of. Oh God, what's the name of that new terrible streaming platform? That's a scam top to bottom. Kick, that's the one. Thank you. I love how you knew what I was talking about. I love how you knew what I was talking about. Okay, so I only got one in here. Yeah, the secret gambling one, that's the one. Yeah, by the way, for those curious, I'm not streaming on Kick. I'm not that stupid. Okay. Like, even, I've said this before, even streaming on YouTube would be a step down from Twitch. But YouTube is at least a functional platform, which I could see Twitch switching to if I have to. Kick is no. Those are enemies who instantly respawn. Okay, that's cool. Very cool. Very cool. And I mean, there's literally a better chance of me streaming on Pornhub than there is me streaming on something like Kick. What's wrong with Kick? Oh God, everything? Okay, so let me tell you a real life story of something that really happened. Two of my colleagues were thinking about where to go with their careers. Now, both of them, this is IT, this is network engineers. Both of them were given an opportunity to go move into the Philippines and take a very sketch job, to put it as bluntly as possible. But it was going to pay very well. One of them decided to spring for that opportunity. The other one did not. So... Turned around. Sorry. The thing is, it was he was going to have to, get his a work visa and essentially move out to the Philippines temporarily and make tons of money. It was a hugely paying job to work for some hole-in-the-wall place, which didn't even have proper safety with regards to things like humidity and water in a server farm. And the whole thing was just sketch, right? The whole thing was super sketchy. But he took the job because it paid well. The other guy said, no, I'm going to stick with my current job, which doesn't pay nearly as well, but is very, very comfortable, very stable, and is going to keep being a job for me for the next 20 years or whatever. The guy who took the Philippines job was out of a job in a couple of months. So all that extra bonus pay he was going to get, he never even really got to, take, because he only got a couple of months' pay before the black company folded. The other guy, is to my knowledge still working there. Yeah, best security is job security. That's absolutely right, and that's Kick in a nutshell. Kick has been giving very lucrative options and saying, hey, we'll pay you this and we'll take care of this. We'll give you this huge offer, and we've got this great beneficial split on things, and there's like no regulations, so you can stream whatever the hell you want to. And I'm just sitting here like, yeah. Kick is also being funded by cryptocurrency and gambling, among other things. So, not that they would give a damn about someone as minuscule and pathetic as me, but if they were ever to offer, hey, you want to come to Kick? My answer would be, no. So I think the biggest reason that most people are abandoning Twitch in favor of YouTube is actually very, very basic. There was the boss fight, okay. No, I have not vetoed Prodigy. Prodigy. Oh. I see what you're asking. Hey, let me come back to the Prodigy question. Don't let me forget, Makamano. So the reason there's actually a lot of reasons I prefer Twitch over YouTube. Most of it has to do with the fact that it's a better streaming platform. Just top to bottom. It has better response times, better support. It has better tools for moderation. It has better tools for discoverability. In fact, it's much better about discoverability, which is really important when you're a small-scale streamer like me. If you are a larger-scale streamer, I could imagine more people switching over to YouTube because you can make more money on YouTube. YouTube has more vehicles in place for you being paid, usually for ad revenue, for example. By contrast, I don't make jack over on Twitch when it comes to ad revenue, right? Like, I make nothing. No, I make my money through subs, thank you everyone, and through direct donations. Actually, there is! Exclamation mark veto pipe. Yeah, YouTube has super chats now as well. Which, of course, YouTube takes a nice big bite out of, but that's whatever. Just a bits thing at that point. Anyways, the point I'm trying to reach here is that if you are already a big streamer, you know, if you already have a big pre-existing base, like, I'll use a specific example, the Spiffing Brit. The Spiffing Brit should stream on YouTube because he will make more money on YouTube. I shouldn't stream on YouTube because I want to do a good stream. That sounds like I'm casting shade, but it kinda isn't. It is just a better platform for streaming, especially if you care about interacting with the viewers, and I very much do. Sense, mate? Exactly, Crazyverse. That's a shield. Nice. Let's save before we do this, because this might not be the right thing to do. So, Mike Tomato asked what's going on with Prodigy. For those of you not familiar with what's going on with Prodigy right now, it's currently, like, we can't even access Season 2, last I checked. And it got canceled in mid-stride, and we'll see where that goes. So at the moment, I'm not even certain if I would be capable of doing a streamination of Prodigy. So what we're doing at the moment is we have frozen Prodigy. If you've been paying attention to the... yeah, exactly. If you've been paying attention to the website, you may not have noticed that I actually have removed Prodigy from the list. That's because it's frozen. It's all those donations are just sitting there. And at the moment, we're just kind of playing a waiting game. God damn this game. So we'll see, essentially. We'll see what happens with it. Well, the answer, in simplicity, Mike D'Amato, is stupidity. Oh yeah, by the way, direct donations like that, that's where the majority of my income comes from. Not that I'm... oh, yeah, thank you for reminding me. I actually forgot to remove it from the veto list. Yes, we're cheating. We're cheating. I'm not joking though, Mike D'Amato. The answer is stupidity. It is a overwhelming majority of the time what happens when any studio sees that they're having poor quarterly returns. What they do is they go on a canceling spree. Now, if you have any brain at all, there it is. That should be what I've been looking for right there. Hang on, let me double check. Oh, it's not going to be here because... Okay, I think that was the engineer's... I think that was the engineer's key, which is what I've been looking for this whole time. What? God damn it. This game. The majority of my income comes through direct donations. And I'm comfortable with that setup. It means I completely rely on your generosity to, you know, pay the bills, but it does also mean that I am ironically a lot more stable. I don't have to follow trends and I don't have to follow platforms. I am not reliant on Twitch, really, to do my job, any more than I'm reliant on YouTube, really, to do my job. I don't have to chase contracts, I don't have to plug ads constantly, and I don't have to get Raid Shadow Legends in order to sponsor me. So what I'm trying to say is, thank you. Really. The only reason I can continue to pay bills and have food in order to eat is because of you guys, directly and literally. Like, not in some vague, thanks for watching. No, literally. Well, then where's the engineer's key? Oh god, it's on one of the things. I killed them all already. So, let's talk about Prodigy. And then I'll acknowledge Blade. How much of the subs do I directly get? Believe it or not, it depends, because of course Twitch has to be as dumb about the spread as possible, Spartan. But the general rule is I get $2 out of every sub that comes in. Unless it's a tier 2 sub or a tier 3 sub. So the majority of the subs give me $2, and I appreciate them greatly. They do add up over time, and all of those subs are about a third or so of my income. So thank you for that as well. With a needle, which I definitely have one of. Oh, there we go. Damn, you're right. It was okay. So where's the key? It's in this room, according to the map, which is already notoriously inaccurate and wrong. Sorry, notoriously, like, bad and wrong. There we go. That's what I tried to say. Anyways. Thank you, Act. If you know what you want to put that towards, do, as always, please let me know. And then I'll have to acknowledge Blade Chaval giving me way too much money. I can take the crowns back. Here we go. So it's going towards Rain World. Entropy 02 and the PMD block. You got it. Thank you again. Before I acknowledge Blade Chaval's thing, let me talk about what happened with Prodigy. So, someone mentioned an analogy. It's like killing your workers in StarCraft when your economy's going down. That's kind of literally true. Here's the deal. Most executives like to just cancel projects. This is true in shows, movies, and games, by the way. When quarterly profits are down, because it's an immediate reduction in cost that they can go to their investors and their bosses and say, look, I'm doing something to fix the problem. And it's something big and obvious that everyone can understand. I cut Prodigy, therefore costs are down. I win. I'm a good manager. Anyone with any kind of logic anywhere ever can tell how extremely stupid this is. Now, it's not to say that there are also tax benefits, but that varies, and I don't want to talk about that because that varies so much. I don't want to get into it. But you can see how surface level of a solution that is. But it works because it's, again, a big obvious thing that you can take to a meeting and saying, I've cut this, and therefore blah blah blah, and you get brownie points for it, right? Yeah, exactly, Darkrai. I just fired 800 people from our QA department. Therefore, I deserve this big raise. And it works. It works because it's surface thought. Because rather than actually doing any due diligence, people involved just look at the surface material in question and say, oh yeah, that's obvious. You've clearly made that happen. It reminds me of something that we used to talk about, and it's so complicated. I actually need to take a second to remember the exact construction of the scenario. Give me just a moment here. So what used to happen at a company I used to work with, ping to you, Flag End, is that there was a boss, a manager, and the manager in question used to insist that rather than hiring someone else to do something, we should do it internally. We should have one of our own employees doing this. And the reason he always gave was, because we're saving money. Now, obviously, that's stupid. Well, actually, complexly, that's stupid. Obviously, it's smart. He was saving money by having people internally do it. Here's the problem. Think about it from a base perspective. Let's say I pay ACT $20 an hour. That's a pretty low wage, but let's just assume that, okay? Now, let's say that I have ACT work on something internally. ACT has to not only not be doing ACT's current job, but they also have to be now doing this additional job, which they may or may not be, skilled in doing. So it will take ACT longer to do this job than it would to hire someone else, and ACT is not doing their actual job at the time. What this means is if we're to go ahead and count the amount of money that hiring someone else to do this job is as, let's say, 10. Let's just assume it's the factor of 10. Let's just work with that. ACT will now have to be spending maybe 12 or 13 in order to do the job, so it's already more expensive. And then there's the additional layer that ACT is not doing their current job. So we're losing money, spending more money to not pay someone else to do the job. That's what I mean when I say surface link. And even what I just mentioned is not even a particularly complex scenario. But it's how that works. It's how managers tend to work. They are so surface level stupid that they think saving money is a thing they can do by making broad, sweeping, dumb statements which actually cost the company money. If you ever wonder why I tend to come down so hard on this stuff, it's because the example I just gave was a real example from my real life. I have lived through this crap. This is not speculation based on news reports. I used to live and work in corporate America. Yeah, exactly. A good cost-benefit analysis is exactly to determine the actual cost and benefit of an action. Because occasionally, maybe it is better to have someone internally do it. Depends, right? Maybe the external source is charging too much. Maybe they're incompetent. Something that has also happened, this is another true story, is we hired someone else to do some quick contract work. Naturally, we got them on the cheap. Good idea. Money saved. They did the work. It sucked. Not only did it suck, it was done so improperly that we had to then hire someone else to come in, tear out all the construction work they'd done, more than was originally there. So like there was an empty space, and now more than that empty space has to be cleared out to then make room to do it again from scratch. More expensive and proper company. We saved money by going with the cheap option. Thank you, Blade Terval, for continuing to make it so I can pay my bills and, eat. I appreciate it. Thank you. Always appreciate it. Thank you so much. And hang on, let me actually see what you put it towards. Because I didn't actually... I've been so busy I didn't have a chance to put in the donations from yesterday. So it looks like... okay, so you're putting Semblance to Stranger Paradise. So I'll put this up there, and the Dragon Age block, and the Pixel remasters. You got it. Okay. How the hell do I get this stupid key? Hang on. No, what is it, Spartan? Yeah, back to playing this terrible game. I have a great deal of respect for anybody who enjoys games like this. I really do. In fact, I think Huthor is someone who is in the category I just mentioned of people who enjoy overcoming a bad game. And again, there's no offense in that. There's no insult to that. People who know me know that I'm not being condescending or judgmental when I say that. Towards the entrance, check the alcove on the left. Well, the alcove on the left is like there, but I don't know how to reach it. Thank you, Darkrai. See if I can... Nope. And of course there's no jump button. Oh, it's based on the books. Oh, well. The ledge? Okay, let's go back up. Let's go back up. Enjoy the commute act as much as you can. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god. Controls. These controls. Imagine if I didn't have invincibility on. Okay. So we went into that alcove. That's where the... Okay, so this is where the Witta key was, which I thought was the... Oh my god, I didn't even see this alcove, but there's nothing here. Doesn't appear to be anything over here. And I'm pretty sure this one... I'm starting to get sick of this song. Ooh. Damn it! I already got this. I have not seen the D&D movie, but several of my friends have, and the overwhelming consensus is that it's actually not a D&D movie. It is a Forgotten Realms movie, but that's a good thing. I've heard nothing but good things. In fact, this is a small spoiler. Bombur-Chad is in the film. If you know what that means, you know, smile. If you don't worry about it. And if you watched our D&D campaign that Third was running for a while, you know that we actually killed Bombur-Chad. It's the green thing I got? Okay, I believe you. I believe you. Because this is the engineer's key. And I really wanted the engineer's key because it's one of the keys I was missing for the Moonlight Sword. I have not seen Spider-Verse. I have not had any time to do anything. I still owe Third a dinner. Like, I owe Third a dinner, and I have not had time to take Third out to dinner for his help in helping me move. That was a month ago. I have not had time to do anything. I mean, we're going to try to get the sword, Mr. Ed. Unless it's going to be too bad, you know? I will say I am disinclined to watch Spider-Verse 2, but for a very, very simple reason. It gives me a headache. Or at least the first film gave me a headache. Don't mistake me, it's a great film. Amazing visual storytelling, amazing cinematography, fantastic animation, but that kind of pseudo 3D effect and the unusual frame rate legitimately gave me a headache watching it. I had to watch the first Spider-Man movie, Spider-Verse movie, excuse me, in bits and pieces. And that sucks. I get they're going for a style, it's just that style causes me physical pain. And that sucks, because it sounds really awesome. I mean, I feel you, Huthor, but you do get my point, right? Like, I was actually specifically thinking of you, among other people, when I was thinking of enjoying overcoming a bad game. That's true! Sorry, I didn't mean to be a moron because I get headaches. Okay, so, hang on. First, this music is drilling into my brain. That's the wrong one. So, let's, Okay. Now, let's talk level design. Something here, let's get some music going. Do you like Star Fox? The thing I'll always say, see, the problem here, I know that whether something's good is something that people are going to debate. I get that. But I said this before, I'm comfortable enough in my own opinion at this point in my life to just say this is bad. I don't need to add 15 asterisks to it. I don't need to say, in my opinion, I don't need to say my reviews are subjective. Bad game, we're done. You know, I don't need to do the song and dance every time. So, the important part I want people to take away from that is that I am not trying to insult anybody, because even bad games can be enjoyable. Just like even bad movies and bad shows can be enjoyable, right? Right? If I sat down and thought about it, I could probably come up with a laundry list of games that do not score well, that I would consider bad games, that I enjoy just plenty. So, let's talk here. Let me get a highlight real thing. Let's talk about level design. one of the things that I said right off the bat, and it was actually unusual at the time. I think this is now considered normal. But when we first played, when I first played Dark Souls 1, I said, oh, this is a Metroidvania. And if you remember, a lot of people are like, Laura, you're dumb and you're stupid and you're an idiot and you're a moron. And I find that funny because, to my knowledge now, it's pretty much the common consensus that Dark Souls 1 is a Metroidvania. But anyways. But it is the structure and style and approach of those kind of games, which are living and breathing the level design and I always call it like the liquid, the amount of areas you can access slowly expanding as you gain more and more keys and shortcuts and routes and abilities, right? That's the Metroidvania. I think they were going for a Metroidvania in this game. It just sucks. So this game, because Dark Souls 1 is obviously a Metroidvania. Thank you, Hazardous, for agreeing with me in every way. But no, this game is clearly trying to be a Metroidvania. It's a terrible Metroidvania. At multiple points in the game, I have been able to access new areas, but there's no feedback indicating that. There's no real, this item is for this area, or this key is for this thing, or you have unlocked this thing, or this new ability gains you access to this. Instead, you're just supposed to go back and try everywhere, or have a walkthrough, to figure out where you're supposed to go. And in a game as slow and plodding and irritating to play through as this, I'm already disinclined to do that. But to be perfectly frank, even if this was, I'll use a direct example, Metroid Dread, which is one of the smoothest and best flow games I've ever played in my life, I still would be disinclined to do that, and that would still make it a bad Metroidvania if they used this overall approach in terms of allowing you to progress. The reason I'm bringing this up right now is because I have no idea where I'm going. Now, I have a map over here, and I look over here on the map, and I'm like, okay, let's look at the map. So I'm looking at the map, I'm scrolling up and down, and if you remember, we came up here from map 50, which I know doesn't mean anything to you, but it was the Ancient City Level 1 West. We got through there from the egg mines. Now, the egg mines, we went through a whole thing there, but we managed to get through the egg mines. The egg mines only really go to one place. So no matter what route you go through the egg mines, there's only the place you came from, which is floor 47, and the place you're going, which is floor 50, okay? Okay, so we're in floor 50. So I go through floor 50, and I'm trying to get down to further down. So we went down to floor 51. That was that big empty expanse area where we got all that lore about the darkness. You remember that? Okay, cool. That's also where we got the ancient key. Awesome. We have an ancient key. Where did that go? I have no idea. But since that was a dead end, we now backtrack. Okay. But the problem is floor 50 only goes to two other places, 52 and 40. We're at 40. We just finished 40. Another dead end. We can't go to 51. Where are we going? And keep in mind, the only reason I knew where we were going on any level was because I have a freaking map. I legitimately do not know where to go next. I have no guidance in the level design to tell me where to go next. I have no map, no little pop-up saying there's been thermal activity detected in this area. I don't have, like there hasn't been stuff that's indicating like there's a red door and I just got the red weapon. I don't have, like anything that makes a Metroidvania work is not present here. Exactly, Haspis. So I'm just sitting here like, I don't know where to go next. So I'm going to stare at the map for a minute to try and figure out where it wants me to go next. Because I know where I need to go. Here, let me show you. I can actually show you where I'm trying to reach. I think. This is presumption. Yeah, that's another thing. Something we talk about so much is the visual distinction, is what I call it. Visual distinction obviously has to do with being able to literally see what something is, being able to spot an interactable or a loot item or an enemy. But visual distinction also has to do with navigation. I hate to keep going on Super Metroid, but what do you want from me? I know Super Metroid inside and out. I can literally play Super Metroid while doing Polemic Day, for God's sakes. In Super Metroid, you can tell where you are immediately anywhere. Because visual distinction. because there is something somewhere going out of its way to give you a visual indication of where you are. That's ignoring the fact that Super Metroid has a map. So, this is what... Oh, hello. Very appropriate music here, by the way. So here's what I was trying to show you. This door, which won't open, thanks GM for that. This door leads to floor 52, which is the Ancient City level 1. I am pretty sure exactly Crazy North. Even Soten, which is a very stylized game, so you'd think it's all one biome, very much isn't. Every area is very visually distinct from all the others, and that's ignoring the fact that the music changes are part of that too. This game at least has music changes, but that's it. Anyways, so I'm fairly certain I want to get to the Ancient City level 1. What I do not know is how to get through this door. Yeah, the reason I keep hammering that visual distinction thing is because I honestly feel like if this game looked better, I wouldn't be having these kind of problems with it. You know? I have a really good mental map. I know some people will make fun of me for getting lost in games, but no, I have a really good ability to mentally map out where I'm at in a game. It's one of the reasons I like Metroidvania so much. I just mentioned Dark Souls 1 as a perfect example of that kind of thing. But right now, it's really hard for me in some cases to think, okay, where am I going? Where have I been? Like, what I've been doing mentally is ignoring the visuals. Let me phrase that differently. What I've been doing is ignoring the textures and just paying attention to the geometry. It's a trick I used to use back in older FPSs too, like, I mean, Doom and Quake. And I would just, you know... Okay, so, room with floors, or doors. Windows is what those are called, Lord. Windows. Okay, this is where I'm looking at. Alright, cool. So I kind of have an idea where I am. Now what? Okay, so there's a switch. There's a switch that opens that door. I think there's a switch that opens that door. I've checked this area several times, and it does not appear to be here. It's one of the reasons I keep rechecking the area, is because I'm worried that I'm missing it on the murky graphics. And you know how interacting with stuff is in this game, so I can't even just run around and, you know, smash it a bunch. There's a save point. That's always neat. Let's grab a save while we're here. See you around, Friendly Indy. Oh my god, Friendly Indy. One of these days I'm going to get that name right. Derp. Why I keep kind of looking up, looking around. What do you want to bet it's one of these graves? Hang on, let's try to interact with every grave. It's one of these graves. If it's one of these graves. Because for those of you who are not paying attention, I've actually been stuck at this point for some time. In fact, I've been stuck at this point all day. This is where I cut off last night. So, about an hour and 20 minutes I've been stuck here. Now, we did get the engineer's key, so it's not like we wasted all that time, but still. Okay, let's try the wall. Let's try the wall. Oh, hang on. I was thinking about this earlier. I think we have a light crystal on us. Yeah, let's try this. Oh, god damn it, Hazardous. Don't even joke about that. That's one of the reasons I hate another button I tend to hammer on when it comes to game design is feedback. Feedback is exactly what it sounds like. You did something, here's an indication that you did something. Maybe there's a text message, maybe there's a visual indication, maybe there's even like a thing where it grabs the camera, you know, and shows you what you just did. Maybe there's a sound effect. I have actually... I have seen several games, usually older games, like much older than this, that do not have feedback. Okay, so apparently there's some stairs there. But fruit, Giga Pudding. Fruit. Looks like a switch. Like, feedback. You heard the sound just now and it visually changed, so feedback. To be clear, I'm not accusing this game of not doing feedback. I'm just pointing out that I've played games that don't do feedback. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, well, we've unlocked a shortcut to that door. I know, Crazy Norse. Yeah, I need the Witta key. The good news is I know exactly where I am. This goes back to floor 48, which I was talking about earlier. I'm sorry, I'm just double checking that I know where I am. Yes, I do. I do know where I am. This is the minecart area. Okay. Yeah, this game predates Morrowind. Not by much, but it does. Okay, so I'm back at the door that we were just at. Find the teleport pad. Okay, I know where that is. So over here. I'm sorry, I'm just playing Star Fox music because I like Star Fox music. I apologize here. Let me play something a little more appropriate. Give me a second. Let's pull up some Castlevania music. Well, there's the teleport pad. So... there's a staircase down. This leads to the door I need to go through. It's weird, the action, man! Oh my god. No, wait, this isn't it. This is the room with the sealed armor. I kind of like the idea in a vacuum Trihexia. We'll see how they actually implement it. Okay, so this is the staircase I went up last time, Mr. Road. Let's see if I missed something up here, because I did end up dropping down the moment I saw the switch. Okay, so I haven't been up here. Okay, let's interact with the gravestones. Demon boots. Cool. Gotta have demon boots. There's the switch. Yeah, hit me, Crazy Norse. Let's get a save in, now that we've done that. It's okay, there's a save point right up ahead, even if I cared about cheating anymore. Okay, let's get a hard save in. Let's no really this. Demon's boots. I mean, I'd play it. I guess I am playing it. Oh, god damn it. Here, look at this. Okay. Okay, so now we can get to floor 52. Now we can get to floor 52. So let's go ahead and kill the amazing music. No, I'm pretty sure this is still Miyazaki. Yes and yes, respectively, Crazy Norse. god, it's the piano music again. Okay, it should change soon. Okay. So I need to go either floor 59 or floor 53, and I'm not actually sure which. Floor 53 has something called Zastari's Key. I don't know if I care about that, but I probably do. Floor 59 is the Guardian's Room. I will actually drown, even while cheating. This apparently predates Miyazaki. That's funny, because this game does have... Oh, okay. This game does have swamps. And, graveyards. And, you know, horrible gross death. Actually, this game hasn't really been hitting my gross factor, but I honestly think that's because it's a PS2 game. It does move eventually, Darkrai. It's just, I've got a ton of breath, is the thing. Unfortunately, nothing, Mr. Red, because that was an hour-long video, and I don't even have time to do my website updates. 2D games that make me gross? Yeah, actually, legitimately, yes. One of them is Soten, believe it or not. I know, go ahead, make fun, it's okay. But it's true. What? Also, and I'm gonna get made fun of for this, Ninja Gaiden 1. And 2, actually, but you know, you get the point. Like, Ninja Gaiden 1, when you get to the last, second to last, excuse me, stage, there's some really weird, like, just organic iconography. In the stage design, and it's just not my thing. Oh my god, it's Elden Ring. Look, he's got the grafted arm and everything. And yes, gross factor is the primary reason why Binding of Isaac is beaten. I could not stomach that game. Sorry. You'll actually have to ask my sister, Ikiclaw. I helped paint that, but I don't really know what it means or where it's from or anything like that. I believe it's Native American. I don't remember the tribe. My sister is part, I forget the tribe name. Unlike me, I'm boring. I'm just European. And Lebanese. I haven't played Strider in a very long time. Actually, I do, Mr. Red. This is the temporary room. If this is the permanent room, there would be a lot different stuff being done. This is where my computer happens to be right now. It is functionally the only space my computer can be. It has been generously donated, because this is actually my sister's arts and crafts room. Welcome back, Act. Okay. Sure. Won't open. I love that. It's Sarek's door. Okay, even better. I just realized I've completely lost where I am on the map. Let me see if I can find that bridge I just walked over. There it is. So are we... I don't know where we are. We're somewhere. We'll figure it out. I know where the bridge is. I can reverse engineer if I have to. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, I would prefer to live alone, Crazy Norse, but yeah, there's a really, really bad negative bias. It's actually in Canada as well. About, you know, you shouldn't live with your family, and it's a mark of shame to live with your family, right? Like there's something wrong with you. I think it goes down, this is just opinion, I think it goes down a little bit into the everybody should be producing for the economy mentality. You know the one. If you're not producing, you're a drain, and therefore there's something wrong with you. Which is an attitude that the older I get, the less I agree with. Another Sarek store. Yeah, exactly, Magister. Eventually the housing bubble will burst, and then I'll look into things with a little bit more detail. But right now, it's not even worth thinking about trying to get my own place. And yeah, I am fortunate in the fact that I have a chosen family that I love very much and that love me, and we're okay with living together. That is... I don't want to say it's unusual, but let's just say that if I had to live with my biological family, I would literally kill myself. That's not a joke. So, I'm pretty fortunate right now, and I know that. Yeah, how many people have good relations with their parents? I don't. The housing bubble will absolutely crash. 100%. Every time. 100% of the times, housing bubbles crash. Every single time. That has never not happened. It's honestly a little crazy it hasn't happened already, because the bubble is getting really weirdly distended, especially since it's starting to affect markets. I'm saying that wrong. So, housing... Ye who seek darkness' secret, be ye destroyed. No! No! It's... I don't know what it is. Words. We're at the point now, obviously anytime a real estate market has an issue in any major country, it tends to affect other countries just by virtue of the fact that economies are intertwined with each other, right? So, duh, right? Thing is, we're at the point now where United States housing issues are affecting, for example, Spanish housing issues, which are affecting United States housing issues, which are affecting French housing issues, which are affecting United States housing issues. And you get the idea. The housing bubble is starting to reverberate, for lack of a better way to put it. Usually, it would have already crashed by this point. Hey, Justin. Probably, Kira Whiteprice. Ironically, this is for very selfish reasons. I hope the housing bubble takes just a little bit longer, so I can actually afford to get a house when it crashes. But in reality land, yeah. I also kind of, for even more selfish and vindictive reasons, hope that the housing bubble crashes and completely destroys the investment that that holding company put into the apartment complex I just vacated. But no, for real, let's let's just let the bubble crash. I will live with living with my family for the time being. That is, there are worse fates. Looks like you were right, Mr. Road. That's a lot of loot. No. Yeah, actually, I missed a door and I didn't mean to. I will admit the housing situation as a whole is more complex than it looks like. It really is. There's a lot that goes into it, and there's a lot of problems on pretty much every level of it. Having said that, however, the older I get and the more I look into it, hey, a thing, that is, the more I think that maybe we should just go ahead and not allow people to buy land. And you're probably thinking, people buy land? Well, yeah, because the problem is that companies are legally considered people. So that's kind of how that works. The alternative would be to redefine companies as not being people, and while you might think, ah, that's a super easy solution, actually it isn't. There's unfortunately a lot of complexity into the how you legally treat a company problem. Don't mistake me, I'm all in favor of accountability. That's not the problem. This is really dark. My goodness. Okay, I think I've explored this place to conclusion. I think I haven't... There's nothing in my mental checklist that we haven't done here. So let's go ahead and head out. See, that's a good question, Lord Hermod. That's why it's a complex solution. Because even if people are not allowed to invest, someone has to own that land, right? That means, to some extent or another, there needs to be some level... Yeah, this is just economic talk. There needs to be some extent of either bureaucracy or accountability with regards to who has access to what. Even on something as a most bare basic bones level as, for example, well, I have this company, and therefore I need access to this land nearby this company in order to draw water, power, and internet cables in order to be able to actually function as a company. But then there's another company right next door which may or may not dispute that. Well, right now the system for disputing that is ownership. We're going to actually need some kind of system in order to decide those problems, and unfortunately the current mechanism that's in place is the courts, and that's not a tenable solution. Do you know how backed up the courts are in this country? How many thousands of court cases we are behind? Do you know how many here? Do you know how many judges will go through how many dozens or hundreds of cases a day? By barely, yeah, I see it now. Okay, let's save it just in case. By barely even looking at it, it's almost criminal, because judges will spend like literally 5 minutes looking over a case to give a judgment on that case. And obviously that sucks. But they don't have time. They have a huge queue that they're going through. We are turbo backed up, and there's reasons for that, but there are multiple reasons for that. There's dozens of reasons why the court systems are so backed up. Just getting more judges isn't even going to fix it, for the same reason that making a highway with more lanes isn't going to fix it. What we honestly need is a tier 0 layer for the court system, for the civil systems, and for the corporate systems. Because, so let me explain that very briefly. Tier 0 it's an IT term. It stands for the person whose job it is to answer the phones and do the really, really basic questions, right? Have you tried rebooting it? Is it plugged in? Is the power on? You know, the really, really boring stuff that everybody makes fun of and everybody hates, but you have to understand, Tier 0 is a valid and important step. In fact, it is a mandatory step for proper tech support. You have to filter out the garbage because there's a lot of it. That's the Tier 0's purpose. They're there to filter out issues that are not really issues, so that only real issues get to the actual tech people in order to ensure that to ensure that they can actually do their friggin' jobs. Whatever. But even that isn't a perfect fit. Nah, it's okay. I didn't think I was going to make that anyways, Lord Harriman. Even that isn't a perfect fit, of course. Because not only as Darkrai points out, you have to define what is considered a real issue. And since we're talking about legality, that's where that's going to have to sit. But also, there's still issues of who is going to be dealt with where, and there's a bureaucracy layer that has to be managed as well. And then there's the fact that some people will simply abuse the system in order to try and be dicks, for lack of a better way to put it. Frivolous lawsuits are a real problem. And because of how the legal system works, and I can't believe I'm saying this, should work, people are given rights to appeal. People are given the ability to say, well, hang on. I think that ruling was unjust. I would like an additional ruling. And that arguably should be that way. But then there's people who will just sit there being dicks about it. They will just keep the appeals courts going because they're butthurt about something, or because of the fact that they want to squeeze some money out of someone. Yeah, exactly. They can just sit there and wait it out. So even though people should, and I stand by this, have a right to appeal, that right is being abused. Which means if you're paying attention, that means we actually would need a second layer of Tier 0. There's the initial layer of Tier 0, filing a suit initially, filing any kind of case initially. And then the second layer would be for the appeals circuits. So we're already talking about adding 2 layers of Tier 0s just to begin getting this whole nonsense under control. And even that isn't going to increase the number of judges, or really increase the amount of time they have to spend on cases. It's just going to filter out some of the garbage. It's a mess. It's a whole mess. And that's the problem. The mansion. I definitely know where the mansion is. I know exactly where it is. Perfectly. Forever. Okay, thank you. Where's the mansion? And yeah, bureaucracy, there's another problem here. You know me, I'm a bit of a statecraft geek, and I'm a bit of a legal geek. And so I do this is a mansion? And so I do appreciate a well-organized machine. But in reality land, the more layers and more complexity you add to your bureaucracy, the worse the overall system is going to be. That's universal. There's going to be people who don't want to do their jobs properly. There's going to be people who are tired. There's going to be people who are bribed. There's going to be people who have conflicts of interest. There's going to be people who don't agree with something. There are every time you add, it's mechanics. It's basic mechanics. If you have a machine and you add more moving parts, every new moving part is another point of failure. Every new moving part is another point of maintenance, right? It's the same concept. And so you don't want a super death bureaucracy to deal with this kind of thing. So just adding more bureaucracy is not going to solve the situation. The problem is, of course, I've heard that argument used to say, well, we should just leave things as are, which is obviously bonkers because the current system is extraordinarily not working. Happy birthday, Act. I do hope you have a good birthday. Ironically, I was going to say cheesecake as well. That was my first answer. Cheesecake is legit. I think we can all agree. All agree? All in favor of cheesecake being legit? Whoa, 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 whoa. During the battle against the Darkfolk, the Geneans were created for the protection of our city. They went insane, however. Okay, I know who the Darkfolk are. Who the hell are the Geneans? It's probably the result of upsetting the rule of nature. What? I turned myself to stone as punishment. Why? The secret of reviving the Geneans lies in the water. The foul water is the source of falseness and lies. What I sought was the path to destruction. I am Serac Resmac. I have ceased to live. ... Listen, I am 100% in favor of a cheesecake-based economy. Having said everything I just said, can I go ahead and give one other thing? This is pure opinion. It's kind of a philosophical opinion. Oh, that's gross. Whenever you try to solve a problem, what you almost always do is you create a new problem. The thing is, I don't think that's actually a bad thing. I think that's just progress. People have this weird, almost unintentional perspective that Vigilant is going to donate right now. I don't know why people think that. Vigilant would never donate to me, ever. I think that people have this weird opinion. Give me a second, Vigilant. Have this weird opinion and perspective that a solution is supposed to be permanent. But that's just not realistic. Life is about finding a solution which causes problems to which you find solutions for. Now, obviously, that can propagate the wrong way, but that just means you need to rewind a bit and retry a different solution path, right? So, of course, we're going to cause problems as we try to fix the problems we have. But that's fine. That just means we now need to work on the new problems. And that's just the way I think of things like that. I actually learned that in programming, believe it or not, but I have found that that applies in a lot of different ways in life. I mean, let me give you a very, very basic take on that. Factorio. You ever play Factorio? Factorio is probably one of the best problem-solving games I've ever seen in my life. It is all about flow-through and infrastructure and efficiency. And I guarantee whatever solution you come up with for a problem in Factorio will cause additional problems, which then have to be solved. That's the gameplay loop of Factorio. But that's awesome, and it's fun, and I highly recommend it, by the way. Anyways, thank you very, very much, Vigilant. I do appreciate, always. Thank you. And we're putting this one towards... Oh my god, I hope not, Vigilant. I hope not. Nobody wants the prequel, or nobody wants episode 1 in real life. So that's going towards Call of Duty 5, World at War, the Old World Blues, and Alpha Centauri. You got it. Thank you again very much. Okay. I mean, exactly, Dark Red. You get my overall point. Or maybe you don't, and I'm just terrible at explaining it. Oh, the stretch. Oh, the stretch. Okay, so... do we have all the keys to get the sword right now? Also true, Act. Temporary... So that's another thing. Something Factorio taught me, and I'm dead serious about this, is there's a value in a Band-Aid solution. I know that sounds so strange, but especially because I have been anti-Band-Aid solutions for most of my life. But I learned there's a great value in I need a solution now, as long as you keep that in your mental to-do list and don't let it sit too long, right? Don't let it sit there too long to the point where it stops becoming a solution and starts becoming a problem. You have to just, it's like, okay, hang on, okay, dealt with that, do this other stuff, and now I can do a more permanent solution, right? Because temporary solutions are fine as long as they're temporary. Yeah, exactly, Spartan. It's. But like I said, it's weird how much I learned from that game, because I started, thinking about that in terms of larger scope of things, and even in literal things like, for example, going down and working on the basement, getting the tiling and all that fun stuff set up. There were cases where it's like, let's do this quick band-aid, because we don't need to spend the time and the effort that we have limited availability of now on that. Okay, do this over here. Now that this is dealt with, let's go back and address it. Because it was temporary, right? Like, you get it, you understand. It's just, it's weird how long it took me to learn that. Anyway, so, thank you, Noctis. This is not my new studio, this is my temporary room. But nevertheless, thank you very much for the sub. I will jot that down. For a couple of things here, if you give me a minute. Hopefully my new actual studio will be worth a damn, but we'll see. I'm not even there yet. Okay, so that's going towards Epic Battle Fantasy V, Hyrule Warriors 2, and Zelda. You got it. Thank you. Yeah, the basement, and consequently the studio, are very much in construction right now. The room in there doesn't even have a floor. I mean, it obviously has concrete, but it has concrete. Okay, so we don't need the keys to get the sword itself. We need the lawful sword, which is in with. Your call, Mr. Red. This is your game. Even Savacomp doesn't care enough, so this is your call. She designed it. I helped paint it. I actually did a lot of work on this thing. There's a bunch of paint supplies behind it because it's not actually done yet either. More than 30% act, which I share because, for those of you not aware, there's a very, very basic rule of thumb when it comes to rent. You should never pay more than 30% of your income in rent. If you are paying that much, something's wrong somewhere. Like I said, it's your call, Mr. Ed. I will adhere. We didn't skip to the halfway point of the game for you. I'm willing to push through more of this nonsense for you as well. But you gotta make the call. Yeah, exactly, Justin. Like I said, if it's more than 30%, something's wrong. Yeah, let's just admire these polygons while we wait for Mr. Red here. What? What was that? What did you just do? Oh, okay. By the way, that's 30% of your net income. Ancient Graveyard. Okay, so give me a second to process where I am. Not this way, not this way. Oh yeah, by the way, these are the leftovers of the Dark Ones who sealed themselves down here because they followed the darkness, and they fed the darkness too much, and so the darkness grew. Which I don't really have anything else to say about, because that's about all I know about the lore. There you go, there's your lore run. That's all you're getting. Enjoy it, savor it. Well, that was a giant spider. That's another giant spider. Was another giant spider. Yeah, imagine meleeing that. Quiet quitting. I dislike that phrase, mostly because it's usually used as rhetoric that I do not agree with. Having said that, the idea of doing your job and nothing more is something that should be the norm. And that's what I'm going to say about that. There it is, Center Tower. Yeah, no, I agree, Rex. Yep, we're back in the middle. We have spent so much of our lives in this goddamn area. Technically up there, but still. Yeah, exactly, Spartan. You say that, Spartan, and by Spartan I mean Crazy Horse. Sorry, you're both the same person now. Sorry, I've merged you together. I agree with that, Luthor. Speaking, now granted, I'm biased, because I've been a low-skill worker most of my life, arguably including now. But the idea that there is no skill that goes into being a janitor, or a fast food worker, or someone who runs a register or whatever, is a joke at best. And it's a scam at worst. Okay. Listen, Spartan. Energize! Sorry. Deep cut. I'm dead serious, by the way. The idea that there's no skill or... Let me walk that back for a bit. Obviously, there's a difference between a job you have to go to 8 years of college to do versus a job that you don't. Duh. Also known as the duh effect. But the problem is that's not what's being said. That's not what people mean when they say low-skill labor. What they mean is, oh, nobody cares about this job, and anybody will take it because anybody can do it, so it's a low-priority job, so we can get away with things like not giving them a working wage, like waiters and waitresses, and not giving them proper benefits, like a huge number of groups, and so forth. There's a reason why most of these so-called low-skilled jobs are the ones that unionized the earliest. It's because they had to defend their ability to work. Down? Okay. What's this? This is up, not down. Sorry, this is the polemic day, apparently. I don't even know why. I'm not doing it on purpose. Well, we can just drop, but I think that's supposed to be lethal. Yeah, exactly, Darkrai. I mean, the frickin' maintenance staff back at the complex I was just at, right? It was bonkers how much they abused the people who worked there before. Let me walk this back. So the people who worked there before were at least people who, there were multiple. There was a group of them. They had a lot of work to do because it's a demanding job, but at least they were taken care of. Then they fired all of them and replaced them with one dude who didn't even speak English. Now, I keep mentioning the not speaking English part, not because of any, like, oh, he sucks, but because I want you to imagine how awful it would be doing a job where you have to regularly interact with people and you cannot talk to them. See, that's about what your reaction would probably be, right there. Yeah, that's a little buggy. Yeah, I think we are quite stuck. I know. There's no, as of this right moment, remember that there's no maintenance staff and another and new manager of that complex. Also, if I could say one other thing. Speaking as someone who is kind of a management geek and believes very firmly in the concept of good management and how important management is, the fact that management is considered high-skill labor is kind of a joke. But again, it's for the same reasons that we just talked about. It's just in the inverse. Oh yeah, they're high-skilled workers. Therefore, they need to be taken care of. They need to make the big bucks. It is automatic presumption that a manager will make more money than the people they're managing. Why? No, Triaxia. I don't have any, Mr. Red. Because feudalism. I mean, yeah, actually, to be very blunt. Just really blunt about that. Yeah, the old maintenance staff, before all the issues started for me, were actually pretty legit. I was friends with them. We just hang out every now and again. Well, let's find out, Mr. Red. Let's find out. Honestly, that would suck, Triaxia. That would be terrible. Think about how many people would lose their homes and do not have an alternative because that place burned to the ground because of incompetence. In fact, I just realized that I don't think I ever told you guys this. About a week before I ended up moving out, the water went out. Oh no, I did mention this. I just didn't give you proper context because I mentioned how I was scared that they were trying to do a tactic against me by turning off my water to force me to sign the lease or whatever, or to force me out or whatever. But no, that's not actually what happened. Instead, there was actually a leak in a water main, which had to be emergency fixed. Now, that happened right before the maintenance staff quit. In fact, I'm pretty sure that was the straw that broke the back, so to speak, was them having to do that at an emergency. By the way, management never sent out a notification of that, which they're kind of required to. Anyways, picture the quitting happened 1 week earlier. A water main leaks. They have no maintenance staff. You're talking, if that isn't dealt with very quickly by somebody who knows what they're doing, that is like substructure damage. That is the kind of thing that can't be fixed with any level of ease or low cost. And that's one thing that did go bad right before they lost the maintenance staff. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's... I've said it before. As much as the move was very frustrating and very painful and stressful and all kinds of bad stuff, I think it was overall for the best. Rip off the Band-Aid kind of a situation. You've got to be kidding, Mr. Red. You've got... Please tell me you're kidding, Mr. Red. Okay, hang on. Let's get a turbo backup save. Let's use a menu backup save here. Down here. There we go. I know, right, Lauren? Okay, so that's an interesting question, Crazy Norse. How long do you think it would take for an incompetent or absent management staff to get a hold of the water company and then have the water company get someone out there before someone who is on site even knows where to turn off the main to prevent the flooding that's happening immediately? The whole benefit of having the on-site maintenance staff is that they know where the water main is. They know where the valve is, and they can turn it off immediately, right? Also, I'm pretty sure that doesn't work this way here, but even if I'm wrong, you still want the person who's got the emergency response. The Band-Aid, like I was talking about earlier, you want that temporary solution so the permanent solution can show up. Another example of what I was talking about. Honestly, okay, so I don't want to sound like... I know people don't like it when I talk about suicide. So consider this a trigger warning. Thanks, YouTube. So, I am 100% certain that if I stuck with my network job and kind of made my way up that particular ladder, and was still stuck in a corporate job that I hated, surrounded by people that were awful, and answering to managers who I've told you many stories about their incompetence and aggravation, a lot of things wouldn't have happened. But more to the point, it would have been so banal that it would have been less negative than what I've been through, because streaming is a very stressful job. And, you know, there's definitely been some ups and downs, and it hasn't always been financially feasible. But it has had substantially more positives. And I need those positives, because life sucks. So, I'm reasonably certain, with 100% certainty, that what would have happened is I would have just kind of slowly, very, very gradually ground down to the point where I couldn't take it anymore. And I used to work back in a state where getting a gun is very easy. So I would have gone and bought a gun, sat on it for a couple of weeks, and then shot myself. It would have taken a couple of years to get there, but that's what would have happened. Green, huh, Mr. Red? Yeah, and then it would have hit my foot on accident, Mr. Microano. There's a reason. The term I like to use is sanity anchors. And right now I actually have several, which I am very fortunate in, and I understand that. Because I know what it's like to not have sanity anchors. You know, life sucks and all that, but there are things that help us to keep going. Maybe it's an awesome niece, maybe it's a great people that I talk to while streaming, you know, maybe it's a nice house, maybe it's just a comfortable bed. Sanity anchors can be all kinds of things to all kinds of people, but we need sanity anchors. As people, we need sanity anchors. The former act. God damn it, Uthor. That's terrible. Although, I'm pretty sure I've seen that joke, except that joke was in XCOM. I can't take it anymore. 99% chance. Miss. No! Listen, video games for the win, am I right? Xenomorphs for the win. I was actually debating taking the marker out of the green one we just did. Yeah, no, I know, Mr. Red. I'm actually aware of that. It's just... How do I phrase this? See around not 2-0. Not 0-2, excuse me. Let me screw that up. The problem is, and I'm going to be very nice about this, this map sucks very hard. It sucks worse than a Hoover. Like, if you put this map up against Kirby, I'm pretty sure Kirby's going to lose that. So, the problem is, knowing where would be beneficial to put these is something I don't even have, like, the beginnings of an understanding of. So I've just kind of left them where they are, because any place is, I just went here. Any place is, in my mind, as good as any other place, because, I know, Dame Celeste, I know. This area I've given 3 negatives, because this specific area is the worst in the whole game. For all the irritations and frustrations other areas have, this place can suck a lemon. Okay, so now we need to walk up this staircase. I've learned that lesson. Hi, Yura. Welcome to Lemon Sucking 101. I mean, it's true, Loner. like I was talking about earlier, I was talking about how, some people enjoy overcoming a bad game. If you think about it purely linearly, purely logically, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Because in real life, well, you can't win real life because real life sucks. But if you're playing a game that sucks, but then you beat it, sure, Mr. Red. Why not? Sure, go ahead. K2, but Malik Forever 9. Also known as... Oh, no. Sorry. Yeah, exactly, Spartan. Exactly. Now, that didn't affect me because all I see in Dark Souls is a very depressing game, which is also gross. But I can absolutely understand how some people would look at Dark Souls, overcome it, and then be like, yes, life is worth living. I actually know someone personally who had that exact reaction to it. Kay, who's a regular viewer and a friend of mine, who's done all the CGI stuff at the beginning of the TNG things. Right along the path of torches, you got it. I actually know where I am, although I don't know where I'm going, so... Hey, Blarg, that's him. He's told me several times he considers Dark Souls to be one of the most uplifting games he's ever played. Specifically because of everything we just talked about. Because he overcame Dark Souls. Now, I don't agree, but I can understand it, right? Forge. I know where the Forge is. And then once I find it, give me a sec, Cody. I don't want to get lost in here because this place sucks. But as soon as I find the Forge, it also goes back to something. When I was younger, when I would play some of these games, some of the viewers would say, "Don't you feel accomplished now that you beat that irritating boss?" And my answer would always be, "No. I just feel relieved that it's over with and I don't have to fight that stupid boss anymore." But now, with a little bit more maturity and a little bit more understanding, there's the Forge. I can actually look at it and say, yeah, I understand completely what you're talking about. You fought something irritating, frustrating, and aggravating, and you smashed it. Congrats, right? I don't understand that personally for the reasons I just mentioned, but I can get now why people feel that way. It's taken me a while to get here. See, I'm a moron. You gotta accommodate my severe lack of intellect. Thank you, Cody, very, very much. I will put that towards Blops1, and I appreciate the sub. Wait a minute. That is an anniversary sub. That's a 3-month sub. Thank you for 3 months of support, Cody. Always, I will put that anniversary sub, neck, towards Blops1. It says 36 months. Pretty sure that's 3 years. Right? Oh god, now I'm questioning myself. Is that true? I can't even tell. Oh god, I'm too stupid. The stupidity has spread beyond my brain. Oh, did I say 3 month? I'm sorry. That's your 3-month anniversary. Look, talking is a high-skilled job. And I am a low-skill laborer, so obviously I can't talk. See you around, Crazy Nurse. Blops1. Thank you, Zap800. I do always appreciate those subs, very much so. Thank you. If you want to put that towards something, actually up to 3 things, you can do this too, Cody. Please let me know, and it shall be so. Perfect, Gum Gum. Okay, so I need to... The wide tunnel. The wide tunnel. I know this one. Hey, Melkor. And then right. Okay, so now we've got a left hand. Okay, yep, as I say, I feel like this is more forwards than that is. Look. You love how every now and again I hit left and the game says, "You mean this way?" And I'm like, no, left. This way. I should have gone to college for 8 years to learn how to talk. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Honestly, I don't think this is going to get to the true Drax, but we might be in top 5 territory, or I guess bottom 5 territory. We're definitely in bottom 10 territory already. Okay. Oh, absolutely, Malik. Forever. No question. I mean, okay, let me walk that back. I think that, I don't think that's actually true, Darkrai. Especially since I'd be in debt for the next 20 years of my life to pay that off. So I have no doubt whatsoever that that was inspired out of universe for reasons of, you know, being inspired by the Malik betrayal. The question is if it was inspired in universe by that betrayal, and that I'm not sure about. I'm not sure if the character was inspired by that. Homing missiles are awesome, as a fresh reminder. I mean, honestly, neither did I, Mr. Ed. We talked about that. Okay. Sorry, I was being ultra cautious, Mr. Red. Because last thing I want to do is be 3 steps ahead, and you're like, no, wait, you're going the wrong way. You're so stupid, Lord. Why are you so stupid? And you're just beating me across the face. Oh, Lord, stop being stupid. And I'm just like, oh, God, I'm sorry, Mr. Blood dripping down my lips. I'm so sorry, Lord. Or I'm sorry, Mr. Red, please. Please stop beating me. And you're like, no, you're just so stupid. And thus Lord dies as he lived. Stupid. Okay. This left or earlier? A favorite character who sounds like they should be a lawyer. I have a favorite character who shouldn't be a lawyer, Phoenix Wright, who is a terrible lawyer. Can I help you? By the way, before you think I'm casting shade, I love the Ace Attorney series. Let's just be very clear about that. I was very positive about those games. But he is such a bad lawyer. Especially since he's a criminal defense lawyer specifically for murder cases. Yeah, no. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Yeah, he's not as dumb as Sora, but he's definitely leaning into that archetype. Unfrozen caveman lawyer. That reminds me of the Viking who joined the Special Forces series of, what do they call those? What's, what do you call those terrible pulp trash romance novels that are usually aimed at women? There's a term for that type of book. Can't think of it. Harlequins is correct, but I was actually looking for another word. Bodice rippers. That's also correct, but still not what I was looking for. Anyways, trash romance novels. Let's just call them what they are. Trash romance novels. Some of those are absolutely hysterical. And there's one, this is a real series, I swear I'm not making this up, about a time-traveling Viking who joins the Special Forces. It's great. It's so great. It's so terrible. It's so terrible. It's really, really trashy. It's a Harlequin book, but it's just a really trashy series of it. It is absolutely a so bad it's good. Oh shoot, I don't remember what it's called. Hang on, let me see if I can find the name of it while Mr. Red uses his high-skilled labor to figure out where to tell me, the low-skilled laborer, where to go. Isn't this it? This is it. Viking Unchained is one of the books in the series. Hang on a second. I'm trying to find the name of the franchise. Give me a sec, because Viking Unchained is just one of them. This is actually from the back of the book. Once a Viking, he swore he'd travel the earth to find his little boy. But the Viking warrior Thorfinn Haraldsson never counted on traveling through time, and he's more than a little surprised to find himself in modern-day Baghdad, in the midst of a Navy SEAL operation. Luckily, the SEALs include his cousin, who takes him stateside. There at a bar, he stumbles on a woman with an eerie resemblance to his cheating wife. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's by Sandra Hill. And I unironically recommend it. If you're interested in just some trash, hysterical novels. There's several of them. I think there's like 8 in the series. Oh, speaking of which, hang on. So Mr. I've been saving this. So something I've been wanting to talk about periodically is the concept of the Mary Sue. Now, people have discussed the Mary Sue to death. In fact, so have I at this point in my life. But one of the biggest things that I tend to clamp down on pretty hard is I'm pretty strict with my definition of what qualifies as a Mary Sue. Now, that may be considered a definitions argument, but the reason I bring that up is most people use the term Mary Sue as an insult word. Now, if you don't know what an insult word is, it's when you say something but you don't mean it. It's just an insult. I don't like this character, therefore they're a Mary Sue, right? And insult words are honestly things I push against no matter what the insult word is. Anybody who was alive in the 90s remembers when someone being called a fag was considered an insult word. When in fact just being homosexual is obviously not insulting, right? They didn't mean it though. They weren't actually saying that you were homosexual. They were just saying, screw you, right? Like, that's it. Insult word. Nothing more, nothing less. What do I want to be? I get flagged on YouTube for that. I just realized that. Anyway, you get my point. So, Mary Sue is something that's used rather commonly as insult word. It's a cheap and easy way to say, oh, you suck, or oh, this character sucks, and conversely, you suck for liking this character. Well, that's new. Having said all of that, someone actually asked me, semi-recently, to actually define a Mary Sue. Now, Overly Simplistic actually did a really great video discussing what a Mary Sue is. The simplest, yeah, cringe is a good example of a modern insult word. What exactly a Mary Sue really is, what a Mary Sue really boils down to is someone who completely warps the very nature of the entire literary work they're in from a meta perspective to the point where it actually makes the overall work less enjoyable. Now, that's a lot of words to say that, but honestly, if you'll forgive me, I actually pulled something up, and I want to share it with you. Because this is the original definition of the word Mary Sue. It comes from the name Mary Sue, which was a parody work written in 1973 called A Trekkie's Tale. Some of you probably know this, some of you probably don't, but I want to actually read the original story for you because the point is, even in 1973, this was considered a parody because it was so common to have Mary Sues in a lot of the fan fiction that was circling around Star Trek, the original series. Because, spoilers, TOS was actually really popular back in the day. Gee golly gosh glorioski, thought Mary Sue as she stepped onto the bridge of the Enterprise. Here I am, the youngest lieutenant of the fleet, only 15 and a half years old. Captain Kirk came up to her. Oh, Lieutenant, I love you madly. Will you come to bed with me? Captain, I am not that kind of girl. You're right, and I respect you for it. Here, take over the ship for a minute while I go get some coffee for us. Mr. Spock came onto the bridge. What are you doing in the command seat, Lieutenant? Oh, the captain told me to. Flawlessly logical. I admire your mind. Captain Kirk, Mr. Spock, Dr. McCoy, and Mr. Scott beamed down with Lieutenant Mary Sue to Rigel 37. They were attacked by green androids and thrown into prison. In a moment of weakness, Lieutenant Mary Sue revealed to Mr. Spock that she, too, was half Vulcan. But recovering quickly, she sprung the lock with her hairpin, and they all got back to the ship. But back on board, Dr. McCoy and Lieutenant Mary Sue found the men who had beamed down were seriously stricken by the jumping cold Robbies. Mary Sue less so. While the 4 officers languished in sickbay, Lieutenant Mary Sue ran the ship, and ran it so well she received the Nobel Peace Prize, the Vulcan Order of Gallantry, and the Tralfamadorian Order of Good Guyhood. However, the disease finally got to her, and she fell fatally ill. In the sick bay, she breathed her last. She was surrounded by Captain Kirk, Mr. Spock, Dr. McCoy, and Mr. Scott, all weeping unashamedly at the loss of her beautiful youth, her youthful beauty, her intelligence, her capability, and her all-around niceness. Even to this day, her birthday is a national holiday on board the Enterprise. The end. Here's the problem. Several people in chat said, that's obviously parody. No. Most of the actual fanfiction around Star Trek at the time was that bad. It was exactly that bad. That was the whole point of the parody, was looking at some of the crap that people were writing at the time and writing stuff exactly like that. I obviously, since this was a deliberate parody, I can't shred it in the same normal method that I would something, but at the same time, a lot of this crap was really exactly what they do. There's no sense of pacing. There's no individual moments. There's no characterization. Yeah, it's very juvenile. It's written by someone who writes like they are 15 and a half. I have read stuff like this as recently as about 9 years ago, I think, at this point in my life. And this was just a thing. Now, having said all that, the reason I wanted to bring that up is just because I wanted to read that for you on camera, but also because when people say Mary Sue, that's what I think of. Because even though that was a parody, I have seen plenty of works which are exactly as bad as that. Official works, even. I make fun of Madan, for example, over in Warcraft, and that freaking lieutenant, whatever his name is, over in StarCraft, because they are that bad. No, Mr. Red. Let's see if we can find it, though. Oh god, that's it. Jake Ramsey, that's his damn name. God, I hated that guy so much. So we're apparently going down because we're stuck at this point. So down we go. Or the Mary Sue ship from Nemesis. Because again, what a Mary Sue really does narratively is it twists the narrative from a meta perspective to the point where the story has no characterization or depth or really anything. It's just a story about the Mary Sue. And think about the Mary Sue ship in Nemesis for a second. Think about how much of the story and narrative is driven by that stupid ship. Think about how much of the plot hinges on that stupid ship. Yeah, Desmond's son in Assassin's Creed. Another perfectly good example of a Mary Sue. An actual Mary Sue. Now, several people mentioned Rey Skywalker, which I don't like talking about the sequel trilogy because people are still a bit about talking about the sequel trilogy, but being completely blunt, I don't think Rey is a Mary Sue. I think Rey is a badly written, poorly realized character, but I do not think she qualifies as a Mary Sue. This is one of the reasons I brought up that people tend to use it as an insult word thing. What they mean is, Rey is a bad character. And she is. Grave misfortune befalls he who holds the idol and stares into the darkness. The altar became the gateway to evil. I have the idol on me. That's cool. Yeah, exactly, Darkrai. Exactly. The problems with Ray come from the fact that they decided to skip everything about earning it. Now, I still don't think that's Mary Sue, as I've already defined. But I can see why people would say, oh, she's a Mary Sue, because of the fact that she kind of does the opposite of what Luke did. Something I will always defend about Luke Skywalker, for all his irritation, and he was an irritating character at first, is that he earned it. Every step of the way, whoa there. Apparently Zach up. Every step of the way, Luke earned becoming better and stronger and more skilled and more respected. He crawled his way up there. And I think that helps a lot when it comes to a character like that, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah, he was a whiner. He was literally a whiny character. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I know where this is. This is the engineering area. There's a teleport thing. In fact, I think that's the teleport thing we used earlier. I know, Pillars of Snow. That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm sorry, I don't even know what that is, Pika. I apologize. Well, that's because you're pure evil, Huthor. See, Huthor thinks the only way to actually earn something is with hard, cold cash. You gotta have cash. If you didn't pay for it, did you really earn it? Honestly. Okay, so that's the route to the bug boss. Don't have enough information yet, Yura. I will say it's definitely better than Shadowlands and BFA. No question. That's another thing. Luke loses several times, without question. And it's admittedly kind of a trick, but one of the most... No, Gigabudding. One of the most... Here, hang on, let's save, because I'm not 100% where I'm going. I hope you enjoyed it if you do, Pika. That's a good point. Luke didn't pay for the Force. That's very true. I should be able to open this now because I have the engineer's key. Right. Hey. Oh, hey, look, it's a bridge thing. Hang on. Let's get a backup save here. Yeah, I know, right, Mr. Ed? Oh, wait, no, not this way, not this way. This way. I have no idea, Pika. We're just gonna unlock a shortcut, because honestly, screw doing this ever again. There we go. Shortcut get. Okay, so how do we get some... Let's figure this out. Top 3 characters that irritated me at first, but I ended up loving by the end of the story. So, the very first character that comes to my mind is Midna from Twilight Princess. I know I've mentioned that several times, but as I've said several times, I hated her at first. Like, she was just frustrating and irritating, and I wanted her the hell off my screen. And the first time I played, by the time I got to the point where she was in danger, without even realizing there was a transition, I was hurrying to save her as quickly as I could, because, oh my god, Midna. And it was at, and I know I've told this story before, so forgive me, but it was at that moment I realized I suddenly cared a great deal about her, and I was like, when did that happen? Because I really didn't, I didn't actually understand when that transition happened. It just happened smoothly over time. Ironically, I was going to use Ahsoka as my second character. How many of you have seen the beginning of the Clone Wars? the goddamn film. Yeah, she is a complete brat. Honestly, I think that whole movie sucks, but she is such a brat. I hated that crap. And of course, even in the me too, loner. Even in the early Clone Wars show, she was still terrible. Now, I know that people rightly argue that Ahsoka is overused when it comes to modern stuff, and I agree with that. But cannot in any way say that Ahsoka did not develop into a character who was honestly one of my favorite Clone Wars characters. So big jump there between being a brat and then developing into this awesome character. So 4 words according to Mr. Red. I obey. My third pick. Oh, that's fun. Look at that. Look at that. That's the worst that's been in the whole game. The third pick I was gonna give is it's a typical one. I just don't care. Morrigan from Dragon Age Origins. Oh, hey, it's the thing we bypassed. Where are we going? Alphino is a great choice. I still think I would pick Morgan, Ahsoka, and Midna over that, but yeah. Oh no, I hated Morgan when I first encountered her. And yeah, Alphino and Alize both developed from irritating brats to, some of the best characters in FF14, so... I mean, being honest, the reason I picked Roche was because I hated the other guy just that much more. Well, let's get a we're in the main room save. God, it totally does, Euro. I don't know, Pika. I have no idea. I've never actually played through Pikmin 1. Oh, speaking of which, hang on. Oh, it's pause. I need to do something like right now. Because I will space on updating the veto list if I don't do it while I'm thinking about it. Could someone type !veto into chat really quick, please? Please, thank you. Quick shortcut to this. Let's edit this, and let's get Pikmin 1 off of this list. It's actually already been added to the list, but there's no need to have the extra confusion of having it on the veto list and the it's already being funded list, right? Just double checking to make sure that Pikmin 2 isn't on this list as well, which it is not. Cool. Yeah, actually, that's a good reason. That's a good point. Yes, I do, Legible. And he's honestly probably my favorite party member in 14. Reason for ban. Executive veto. Okay, where the hell are we? I don't know right now, Magister. If I hadn't lost a month and a half to this crap, then I might be able to tell you, but otherwise, no. I mean, we're probably going to do that at some point, Beacon, so we'll see when we get there. Okay, so we are in the Widow place. Queen's Palace, maybe? Nope, we're in... Where are we? I don't think Navi is an annoying character, but Fi is a very annoying character. Purely in gameplay. That's a good point. I think I forgot to actually add it there. You're on, Mr. Red. I mean, Magister. Secretly, I'm just executing Mr. Red. Sorry, Mr. Red. Yeah, someone donated for Pepsi Man, and I was excited about the idea until I couldn't buy a damn copy of the damn thing. There. But yeah, Fee is annoying in gameplay, not in narrative. There is a difference. Fee is a great character that I actually really like. But god damn it, shut the hell up. You know? Ugh. Master, I have detected that you are walking through a large corridor. Please be aware that there is a door up ahead, Master. Master, there is a 78.7% chance that if you open this door, it will lead to a new area. You are now in a new area, Master. Master, this is not the way to go. You need to go back through the door. I detect a 68.7% chance that you are lost, Master. You are now in an old area, Master. Master, the batteries in your Wiimote are running low. Yeah, no, I've already bought them all, Pika. I bought them the day that was announced. Thank God for that, Pillars of Snow, because, oh my god, yeah, Navi never irritated me. Not really. I never got where that came from. I mean, concerns about the developers is how I'm going to phrase that act. I reserve the right to veto a company that I don't agree with. Let's put it that way. I know, that was great, Giga. Like I said, Fee was a great character in story. Yes, act. By contrast, I'm going to quietly plug a game called Ukrainian Farmy. F-A-R-M-Y. Just going to mention that. If I could figure out where I am, I could probably try to navigate a little bit. But I'm legitimately not sure where I am. Well, thank you, Pika, for the donation, as always. Give me a minute, I'll jot that down for the Pikmin games. And we'll add it to 1, 2, and 4, I think, specifically. Pulaski was only really irritating the one time, and honestly, it was literally because she wasn't herself. Like, that literally was not Pulaski in the script. It was written for another character, so I think that's more of an asterisk situation. Having said that, if we count that, then yeah, Pulaski went from a terrible character to a good character in literally the space of a single episode. I'm still trying to figure out where I am here. Actually, hang on. I think I do know where I am. I think I just found myself. So hang on. So these are the columns. And that's the upper way, right? Okay, so... hang on. There's the door I just went through. This goes up to Mat 46, which is the Queen's Palace Catacombs. This way. That leads to a dead end. That leads to someone named Akrial. So we're going to try the right door here. Or do you mean the right door in the previous room? Which leads up, if I'm reading this map correctly? Not sure yet, Pika. I'll have to do a few more tests on that line. Hang on. I'm curious or something. Okay, nothing up here. Just doing a little due diligence. Okay, so second right door. And no, I haven't read Wheel of Time in a long time. I couldn't even tell you a plot summary right now. Okay, so this leads to map 46. So we're here now. Oh yeah, it's great. I love it, Mr. Red. Okay, so this way, I guess. Yeah, a long time ago, but yes, Burn. Probably Giga. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is most of the Sim development team, just not Miyazaki. Right down to the fact that fire magic is overpowered. At your arrows. Oh, at least a ton, Rex. At least. Yeah, I do not have to imagine doing this without cheats. I mean, sorry, I'm saying that wrong. I can absolutely imagine doing this without cheats, is what I'm trying to say. We would be here for a while. Okay, so this is this dude. Okay, so I know where I am now. So, where am I going? Let's try that. Am I trying to find the queen? Is that the goal here? I see the Witta key down there. Okay, so the queen's lair connects to map 45, which is that one. So we need to get to 47. Map 47 is apparently this way, but I think this is how we get out of map 47. Yep, okay. So we need to get to map 47 some other way. Naturally, this map is terrible, because of course it is. So, let's just guess. Because this looks like it leads to a dead end, but it also leads to something that says to map 47. So surely. Okay, this is still a dead end. As it should be. And there's the egg hell, and there's a warp spot. Okay. No hidden doors. Okay. So how do I get to map 40? Okay, so there's apparently a drop. I need a drop from map 45, which is where I currently am, in order to fall down into map 47. This map is so bad. God damn you, Prima. Why are Prima guides always crap? Don't answer that. I know the answer to that. I think I found it. Maybe. This is still guesswork, but this might be it. There's a drop through this room. We needed to go down a drop. So this. Yeah, we've actually been here. This is where the two snake bosses were. Okay, so we've dropped down here, so we're in the Queen's Lair now. So we need to go east, which I don't know which direction. It has to be this way. You know what? I believe you, Maverick, except they haven't. We've checked GameFAQs. Okay, so this way, I think. I'm so sorry, Malcor. Okay, so hit the button. And we're here. Oh. Huh? Okay, no, alright. God, I hate this map so much. Well, whatever. We've unlocked a shortcut. That's very important. Very important. I hate this map so goddamn much. To be clear, when I say I hate this map, I don't mean the games, although I hate that too. I am specifically referring to the one I'm reading in the Prima Games guide, because it's just the worst. Okay, so that requires the Witta key. How do I go where I need to go. Imagine playing a stress simulator where it's all about managing your time and your resources very precisely, and every second you fail, you're doing worse. Yeah, that's how I would describe Pikmin to someone first getting into the series. A fresh sacrifice, the Dark One will be happy. There's the boss. I'm just gonna let her chill there for a second while I talk to my mother. It is! Exclamation mark. Good morning, comma. Did you ever end up going to see that Indiana Jones film? Question mark. I made the comment earlier while I was talking to PAX that bosses in this game are literally less complex than Mega Man bosses. I stand by that. Just mentioning it. It's weird that this series would actually get known for its boss design eventually. And by this series, I mean these developers. Okay, so, like... Then again, I would never assume the FF14 developers would get good at boss design, but here we are. So we have the Witty. I wouldn't call Majora's Mask a difficult game, but I also wouldn't call any Zelda game a difficult game. Yeah, that's not elitism, that's just not what they're going for, you know. You mean downstairs, Mr. Red? Upstairs? The one we were just at, right? The one that leads to Septiego. Maybe it is upstairs. Maybe this is up. I don't know. So Septiego was the leader of the expedition that came down here. I don't know why the expedition came down here. I don't know why Septiego was such a major figure in it. I don't know why he ended up getting stuck this far down. I don't know why the darkness is a bad thing or why it spread. But, you know, all those things are true. So there's Septiego's corpse. My final wish, seal the darkness where the idol belongs. Whoops. Agreed, Noctis. Majora's Mask, I understand why people don't like that game. I do. It's got some weird factor, and it's got the timer, and I know some people just anxiety about that kind of timer. Correct, Spartan. But Majora's Mask is actually very well designed, specifically to have a lot of quality of life, to make the game a lot less horrible to play through. Which is one of the reasons I praise it so much. Okay, so we got the Lost Sword. Now we turn to Mr. Red. The brilliant, amazing, powerful, handsome. Oh, okay, period. Any other movies that you could go watch? Question mark. Oh, Twilight Princess absolutely also has the weird factor. Negative to story. But, yeah, Majora's Mask also has a weird factor. Oh, that's true. I don't know if she would enjoy that. Alright, where do you want me to put the green thing? Which I did pick up. Like, do you want me to go down to put it, or, like... You know what? Hang on. Let's get a save in. And let's think about this. So I need to go... Hang on, which the one that is that one right there. Hang on. I have an idea. Hang on, Yura. I'm afraid I'm going to have to execute you for heresy. I'm so sorry. Don't worry. We'll make it very quick. All I have to do is make a swirling symbol. Hang on. Hang on, I gotta recalibrate. Give me a sec. Okay, okay. Come on. Come on. No, where are you going? Let's see if I can remember how to get down from here. I try, Malik. I really do. As I am fond of saying, we're cool around here. So that's just mean, FromSoft. That's just mean. It's Pickaxe 2. Pick harder. But yeah, no, we're cool around here, and I don't like taking credit for things, but I do go out of my way to try and ensure that there is an overall atmosphere of just, we're chill, you know? We're cool. If you want to lurk, no judgment. But if you want to chat, we're cool. Especially Giga Pudding. She is the coolest. You should see the outfit she wears. Japanese food that I like other than sushi? Probably. I have had the great misfortune of never really getting to try Japanese food, unless you count, like, certain types of ramen. And even that, I usually have ramen done in the style of other nationalities, other culinary stuff. So, oh, is really the answer. Okay, so I know where I am. There's a teleport thing, but I don't care about that right now, because I need to find a teleport receptacle. But one of the things I want to do someday, this is not a joke, because I want to do a food tour? Okay, hang on. And pretty much the first place, no, Pika. Pretty much the first place I want to go on a food tour is Japan. Okay, when you said go right, I was like standing here, I think? So I think you want me to go this way. I think. Like, there's a lot of places I want to go on a food tour, but if you force me to make a priority list because, you know, time and money are things, Japan would be at the top of the list. Okay, hang on. Oh, I think I know what you mean, Mr. Red. I think. I think you mean here. You love how the game just stutters and stalls as I'm moving? That's not actually the cheat bugs. That's just the controls. It's happening a little bit faster because we're cheating. But that is literally how this game controls. We already did this, Mr. Red. Are you sure there's anything else here? Like, we got the ancient key here. And we got all the stuff about the darkness. I can't prove it to you, but we do have the ancient key on us. So is Pikmin post-apocalyptic? No. This is going to sound strange, but just because a game happens after an apocalypse does not actually make it a post-apocalyptic. So Pikmin games happen after the end, but they're not post-apocalyptic games. Not like, say, Splatoon, which is actually post-post. Why are some Nintendo games post-apocalyptic? Well, no, the problem is post-post is a specific thing. It's when society has started to build up in specific reaction and recovery to what happened. And I emphasize that point because if it wasn't actually, like, if it's like, okay, an apocalypse happens and then everything's back to normal, then that's just a story, right? Post-post is specifically they're still dealing with the after effect of what happened before. The apocalypse is still part of the narrative. Fallout New Vegas, right? Yeah, Mega Man has way too many apocalypses. Like they're little apocalypse happy there. Kirby isn't, well, up until the most recent game, which I definitely don't know anything about, Kirby has no apocalypse anything's going on. Correct, period. Someone suggested, comma, there is that new Spider-Man film you could go watch, period. Yeah, post-apocalypse is survival, effectively. It is immediately dealing with the consequences of the apocalypse. Often post-apocalypse stories even start during the apocalypse. You know, Walking Dead, for example. But then you have stories like, another example, Wind Waker. Wind Waker is post-post. Well, okay, actually that's more complicated. Because Wind Waker is still immediately dealing with the apocalypse. But things have kind of normalized, so it's kind of in the transitionary period between post-apocalypse and post-post-apocalypse. Yeah, FromSoft games tend to be very post-apocalypse. No, check it out. Doesn't do anything, which is kind of amusing. I wonder what if I cast lightning underwater, what would happen? Screw it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Lightning, lightning, lightning. No, that's water. There it is, lightning. Nope. Can't cast at all. Oh. They probably just disabled all casting underwater. That's a shame. I don't know where I'm going, Mr. Red. We're in the sunken ruins of the dark people who drowned it because the darkness was getting out. I don't know what water has to do with darkness. Actually, I totally do. It's a cultural thing with Japan. Hollow Knight is absolutely a post-apocalypse story, as we discussed during the Hollow Knight run. The extant timeline is rather condensed, rather by in purpose, but the beginning of the extant story happens about a year into the future. Seriously, the original timeline was for 2024. That would be really funny for anyone. Ah! Okay, so now we can drop our marker. Green. Oh, wow. So, some of you know that I'm not actually super fond of my mother. I've spoken well about her, but that's because in the overall gradient of bad people, she's not that bad. But she's still not what I would call a good person, and frankly, if I never had to talk to her again, that would be a good thing, right? To use just a small example of what I'm talking about, I just suggested Spider-Verse to her. Oh, it's a cartoon. I'm not interested in kid stories. She is extraordinarily narrow-minded. She is traditionalist to the point of being derogatory. The only reason she even tolerates the job I do is because of the fact that I make money at it. Which, shrug, really. We have all the orbs. Correct, Giga Pudding. I know, right? No, she did not, Spartan. She... Yeah, no. Yeah, I've heard it's a decent superhero movie if you're in the mood for some fun, period. My nieces really love splashing around in the water themselves, Malik. It became a thing where I had to basically ensure that they would, you know, not spend too much time playing out in the water. Water's cool. No judgment, any direction there. Speaking of judgment, though, something that pissed me off is, obviously, for those of you who are not aware, I have covered the recent show My Little Pony, which is actually Gen 4, but whatever. You know what I mean when I say My Little Pony. It's not the show that just came out, it's the one right before that. I don't know what this is. Yes, I have seen the first one, Pika, not the second one. So, the reason I bring that up is really recently, in fact, on my FF16 video, I had someone actually say, "What's wrong with you? Why would you ever watch My Little Pony?" Now, I only bring that up because the level of bias that I've heard about that show is honestly really funny to me. Especially given the fact that, as I've pointed out several times, that show taught me a lot about storytelling and animation and plot. Oh, sorry, real quick. First of all, obviously this is the worst song in the game. Second of all, flashing lights warning. Sorry, flashing lights warning. But yeah, Oh, we don't need to go here? Oh, thank God. Okay, we're gonna get... Hang on. And... Flashing light warning over. You can watch again. Let's get out of the bad music area. Let's stare at the king. Death to the king. Oh, stretch. What I'm trying to get at, though, is the obvious crap. Oh. And it is obvious crap of... yeah, it's the insult word thing all over again, and it's the surface level thing all over again. It's just looking at like, oh, it's a kid's show, which is extremely not true, and therefore automatically assuming that there's something cringe or insulting or wrong, or maybe there's just like are you a baby? Are you a man-child? Do you not have any emotional depth and maturity? Like, why would a grown adult enjoy an extremely well-crafted show that happens to be about animated ponies? It's something I've been pushing against literally my entire life. Ironically, I used to have to push about this with regards to Star Trek, before Star Trek became substantially more mainstream. And I'm not trying to sound hipster about that, it's something I have been through multiple times in my life with multiple different things. Video games as a general concept, which are games are just for kids, or Star Trek as a general concept because Star Trek is just for children, and so forth and so on. You know what I mean. Most of you have probably actually been through this exact same cycle with something in your life. Thanks, Mr. Ed. I legitimately would have never thought about that, of course. Because I'm stupid. Okay, so. They can. They absolutely can, Malik. You're right. See, I don't mind someone thinking it's weird, Lord Hermon. It's not what I'm encountering, is it? If someone said, huh. Oh yeah, Pokemon's another great example of that. If someone said, huh, you like My Little Pony? Why? That seems kind of weird. I would explain to them. I know this because I've had that conversation. On stream, even. I have flat out said, yeah, this is what happened, and this is why I was into it, and blah, blah, blah. And they were like, oh, cool, okay. By the way, I can't move the camera during these cutscenes, if you're wondering why we're at a weird angle here. Oh, I'm sorry, Dark Prince Revan. Soon. Yep, it's time to stop playing Minecraft. And then say thank you to Dream Whisperer. There, the Moonlight Sword. There, it is now officially a Dark Souls game. Thank you, Dream Whisperer. Give me a moment. I will jot that down. Various things. Give me a sec. Exactly, Rex. If someone came up to me and said, "You still play Pokemon? Why?" Then I could answer. But if someone came up to me and said, "You still play Pokemon?" And I put that towards StarCraft, Lower Decks, and Dragon Age. Thank you again, Dream Whisperer, very much. And you're right, I hadn't even thought about it. Because Pokemon is exactly in the same boat. I have people who still think Pokemon is a dirty child's game for children. And what's wrong with you, an adult, playing a kid's game? When the light becomes stronger, the dark does as well. Perhaps relying on magic alone isn't the best way to fight the darkness. We seek the light that dispels and the blade that can slay. Seek the blade of the forest. In order to completely remove the dark folk, you will need the light of the forest to enchant the blade. Only then must you face the dark one. Didn't I literally just do that quest? That's this, right? This thing that I'm hitting you with? You moron? God damn this game. And don't even get me started on the fact that some people think it's perfectly acceptable for for something that is for kids to be bad. I know that there's the argument that, you don't get upset at ice cream when you don't have ice cream, right? I'm saying that wrong. Some people get upset because, you're judging a pizza as if it's ice cream. I know that's a terrible analogy, but just bear with me. But the problem is, I'm not judging MLP as if it's a show for adults, or Pokemon as if it's a game for adults. I'm judging it as a show and a game. There is such a thing as still having quality, regardless of the fact that it's designed for kids or whatever. That's not a free pass. You know what I mean? You don't just get to be like, "Oh yeah, it sucks, 'cause screw you." No. By the way, I get that same argument about Star Trek. In fact, give me a second, because I had a comment literally 2 days ago about this. I don't want to get into talking about Brad Bird if that's okay with you, but yes, that is a true statement. Exactly, Noctis. And frankly, there is such a thing as a kids show, which is good, as opposed to a kids show, which is bad. Let me use a direct example. A more recent show is called Spidey. How many of you have heard of this? No judgment if you haven't. I imagine most of you have not, and that's fine. It's a kids show. It is Spider-Man related, and it is terrible. I want to stress this, that this show is aggressively, aggravatingly stupid, to the point where we've gone out of our way to try and prevent my niece from actually watching it, which is not something we like to do in general. It is bad. Hang on just a second. I'm trying to find something. It might be too long ago and my website's being dumb. find it. I was hoping to read you the exact thing, but it was someone who was saying, you're supposed to be just watching television for the sake of having fun. You're not supposed to think about it. So stop trying to find any flaws in the episode and just enjoy. Oh, I found it. This was about a TOS episode. This is one of my ruminations. You're expecting French onion dip to taste like caviar. You're expecting Kool-Aid to taste like Ebullient brandy. Just accept that it's French onion dip and Kool-Aid. And then he goes off on this weird thing. But that's this specific quote there is regarding my complaints about a specific episode, which I'm not going to tell you because I don't want anybody to go comment bomb that person. But yeah. Anyways, Spidey. Let me give you some examples that I actually have memorized about how bad this show is, because ignoring the fact that the animation is bad, which I can forgive, because the animation is very bad. Like, one of the worst CGI animated shows I've ever seen in terms of animation. But let's talk about the writing. So, the Hulk and Spider-Man are chasing Green Goblin. Just go with it. And there's a scene where they're like, oh, we must fight. And then Green Goblin flees the scene. Then there's this quick transition, so no time has passed, okay? So, Green Goblin is going over here, and then the Hulk and Spidey are chasing him from the scene they just left. Green Goblin then turns around and says, "You guys again?" In one episode, Peter Parker is standing there thinking, oh no, I need to do these two tasks at the same time. How can I possibly do that? And then he sits and does this for a moment. And then he's like, I've got it. I'll just do the two tasks at the same time. This show is aggressively bad. But I'm not just bringing it up to bash it. I'm making a point. There is a difference between a kid's show that is well constructed and a kid's show that is not. So, even the overall... No, it's called Spidey, I think. Actually, let me look it up. Spidey. Marvel's Spidey and His Amazing Friends is apparently the full title. Yeah. And yeah, if you just look at it, you'll see just how bad it looks. Even just glancing at the models, you can tell how low budget it is. But again, I could forgive that if the script was actually worth a damn. If there was decent writing, decent dialogue, and they did something with it. It is one of the worst kids shows I've ever seen. That's not a joke. I spit on this show. Compare and contrast something like Bluey, which is a much better constructed show, or Elena is another example of one. Those are modern shows that are kids shows that are actually well constructed. And that's sort of my point. Sorry, I know we're going way off topic here, but I was just trying to really emphasize the fact that even if we accept the argument that MLP is made for kids, that in no way excuses if it does something bad, you know? And that's just my overall point in a nutshell there. We should still demand high-quality stuff, regardless of whether or not it's a kid's show or a kid's game. I am not going to... Yeah, Sophia's actually a decent one, too. I am not going to hold back on demanding quality from Pokemon any more than I'm going to hold back on demanding quality from FF16. Just because one of them is gritty and has more cuss words and sex in it doesn't change the fact that I'm still going to demand a good product. I'm going to put that on the highlight reel if Mr. Red's okay with that. Yeah, kids absolutely deserve better than that. I agree. Frankly, we should probably be a little bit more strict about the quality that we put into kids programming, whether it's show, movie, or game. Because they need it more. They're still developing. They need to be challenged. They need to be thought. They need to do something other than just stare at flashy pictures and colors. My opinion. Where am I going, Mr. Red? I'm sorry. I'm very turned around. Are we dropping down here? What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh yeah, that's another thing that Spidey likes to do. So a lot of kids shows will repeat the lesson of the episode several times. Okay, honestly, no judgment. That's fine. But Spidey will repeat the lesson of the episode roughly once every 2 minutes. That's not a joke. There was one episode where Spidey, just for no reason, was like, I've got to go do this thing. Hang on. I'm getting too angry. It wasn't Spidey, sorry, it was Hulk. Hulk was like, I've got to go do something. But I'm getting angry. And then he'd stop and then he'd say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to calm himself down. Real technique. Valid. Then he would be like, all right. And then there's a scene transition. And it's been like 40 seconds. And then at the next step, oh no, I'm getting angry again. Let me calm down. And they did as the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 thing again. And then again. And then again. And then again. And as always, it comes down to the execution. It comes down to the specifics. There's nothing necessarily wrong with repetition as long as it's done well, even in something that's not aimed at kids. But that's just bad. And that's the problem. It's just bad. Hell, I'll take Super Kitties over that. And Super Kitties is what I would call not a good show. I remember Hey Arnold. And I didn't even have Nickelodeon. With ancient magic I made the being of eternal life, guardian against darkness, may it protect our city. Serac Resmac, Mansion of the Howling Winds. Yeah, looks like I didn't pull it out. I haven't seen that one, Pika, so I don't know. Yeah, everyone agrees this is like the best song in the whole game, which is funny because it plays for several areas, but... Altar of Water. Well, yeah, obviously act. Look, kids need to gamble, okay? They need to learn early to get addicted. How else are they gonna get ahead in life? Yeah, we clearly could interact with it. You gonna do it this time? I have no idea what changed there, but it worked the third time. I don't know. I don't know. Phone hugs, exclamation mark. If you decide to cut your hair, comma, take a picture for me, please. But no, sorry, Gigapudding, to address your point. You're absolutely right. If the concept of good and bad shows for kids and otherwise is hardly a new concept. What? We're still falling. If you can't tell, we're still falling. Now, thankfully, I'm pretty consistent about using these things, so... Yeah, can we play Secret of the Stars? Hang on. I haven't given any negatives for a minute. Let's give some negatives. Oh, absolutely, Ira. I don't know if I mentioned this out loud, but when you were being advised to update by Easel Games, I think, I decided to do the same, to switch over to the nightly build, and that's what we're playing on right now. Let's just update the HUD here really quick. We're up to here now. I have heard from a lot of people that Avatar: The Last Airbender is the best show ever made. And they would know. So, that's going to be my answer to that. Wait, really? That sounds like let's up the negative. Because we didn't see that. So we're just going to add another negative there for that. Honestly, me too, Gelato. Legitimately, I'm actually looking forward to reviewing Ride to Hell Retribution, because we're going to tear that one a new one. Unfortunately, I don't remember most of the lore I made up for that, and I have since lost my notes on it. I do apologize. Thankfully, the lore run still exists for your viewing pleasure. If you type in !RTH into chat right now, it will actually give you a link to that lore run, which I highly recommend because it's probably the best lore run I've ever done. The Adventures of Johnny McEasy. Oh. Wait, hang on. Where am I? Nope, okay. That's right. Poor man tried to undo his own time-displaced death, but in the actions of trying to do it, he ended up causing the very death he was trying to avoid. True tragedy. So how do we actually get the best ending? Like, do we have to kill the last boss with, the sword, or what? I saw the thing about magic and, this is probably faster. I saw the thing about magic and martial, so maybe that's how we do it. And are we up to the last? Is this it? Is this it? Are we approaching the last boss? Please, God, tell me we're approaching the last boss. Please, end my suffering. End my torment. Damn it, you got my hopes up. Okay, well, we're in the darkness area now, which is filled with poison, because of course it is. Yeah, feel free to get your updates in. We're probably kind of in the outro either now or soon, I would say. God, imagine if we didn't have that key. Correct. Act. Assuming this doesn't take us too much longer. Won't open. No, it was the jail key. I have no idea when or how we got the jail key, but we had it. Listen, budget cuts are hitting everyone bad, Chaluto. Not everyone can afford a full 3 heads for their Cerberuses. Cerberi? Ever had a kid show in this day and age make me actually laugh hard? Yeah, Bluey. Hey, it's a teleport gem. Here. For a wand I don't even have. I've never seen Owl House. I have no idea, Pika. God damn it, Giga. Ooh, god dang it. Okay. You know, the best part is, I'm looking forward to XCOM 2, but it's not like that game is bereft of issues, too. The only reason I'm bringing that up is because some people still, somehow, actually have this weird impression that a good game means a game that has no negatives. I guarantee with total certainty we're going to give XCOM negatives. In fact, I can think of 3 off the top of my head. Forest Warriors, Banquet After a Long Silence. And there's the purple wand. Thank you. Yeah, I love STO to death, and it's a net positive game. But STO is fraught with issues. Well, thank you, Malik. I do try. Something I've commented on recently, even, was that even in really bad television, specifically, there's usually still moments or scenes or actors that are just moments of positivity that deserve to be recognized. As I'm fond of saying, even in a lamentation, there's usually good, right? Usually. I'll use an example, right off the top of my head. In the episode of TOS, Turnabout Intruder, which I consider to be the worst episode of Trek ever, the actress who plays Lester, who also plays Kirk, does a really good job of it. She actually sounds like Kirk in her portrayal and her performance. Similarly, Shatner actually does a surprisingly good job of playing Lester. So, credit where credit is due. Yes, I do think it is below threshold. And in my mind, the order literally goes Nemesis, which is a movie, Turnabout Intruder, and then Threshold as the worst 3. That looks safe. Oh, screw it. Yeah, Move Along Home. You remember the moment where Quark gets on his knees and begs? It's treated like a joke, but it was actually funny. It was great. There's even this moment where he falls out of the camera angle, and Odo and the alien just look at each other like... And then as one kind of look down like... Oh, WoW is going to get a bucket full of negatives. And that is a game that will probably top the MMO list. I know that FF14 fans will have hackles with that, but I'm sorry. WoW is a very good game. If we were reviewing WoW a little bit before now, before Dragonflight, that would be less true. But WoW has turned it around quite a bit. So, yeah, no, WoW is going to get a crap ton, dozens, probably hundreds of negatives. But it is still going to be a very well-scoring game. So that's an interesting skeletal thing. Oh, it is, Mr. Red. I know it's awful to speak positively about WoW, both because of Blizzard and because of WoW as a punching bag game. But let's be honest, WoW is going to drown in positives. So yeah, we've got a bunch of golems. This is probably one of the better visual storytelling areas we've seen. We're really seeing what the darkness does to people down here. And you see this creature's bones? This dragon thing? It's just rotted down here to the darkness. Either way, thank you, Malik. I do appreciate the compliment. Praise the darkness. The darkness is the truth. Hang on, let's do it this way. Praise the darkness. Yes, the darkness is the truth. Okay. I gotta share that on camera. So, my brother-in-law just shared a joke. If R2-D2 is short for, or if R2 is short for R2-D2, and Chewie is short for Chewbacca, and 3PO is short for C-3PO, then what is Luke short for? A stormtrooper. Light shines upon all, keep the light away. So is that the fun? Nobody may pass here until the dark one awakens. How is anybody still alive down here? They should be long dead and corrupted. Okay, well, I guess we've officially entered the outro at this point. So let's jump off the guessing game. Could someone type !guess into chat, please? Because we're probably in the outro at this point. Oh. Thank you. And thank you, Berenian. Always appreciate your support, and it's good to be back to streaming. Even though I'm streaming, you know, this. Get your guesses in. I'm going to lock it down as soon as I write down Berenian's donation and what he wants to put that towards. And, actually, I'll give you, like, a couple of minutes. God, I hope Metroid Dread's a good game. Loved the crap out of Metroid Dread. Might even be better than Super. I'm not sure. We haven't reviewed Super. Okay, I need a spreadsheet. There you are. That's the spreadsheet I need. Believe it or not, I think you can, Mr. Red. Sweet. Congratulations, Beredia. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but I've been there. Where's our review document? Let's do this. Let's bake this in here. Put it there. You got it. Give me a second. That was going towards Loop Hero. Maneater, a game I'm looking forward to playing. And Mech Warrior 5. You got it. Thank you again, as always, Brennian. I do appreciate it, Malik. Okay. This is... What is this? Is this an RPG? Is this a dungeon crawler? I guess we're calling this a dungeon crawler. Let's call this a dungeon crawler, because that's kind of what it is. So we'll put it here. Will this score worse than the Bard's Tale? Because that's the real question right there. That's some competition. No. Gum Gum. In fact, most people take that as an insult. Seriously, that's actually a common thing. Thank you, Jaluda. As always. I will jot that down for the Resident Evil blog. Oh, it's bad luck to be you. And we're done. We're done. We're not going to actually remember that. Nobody wants to actually remember that. And thank you, Sakage, very, very much, as always. I'll put that towards dealer's choice. Hang on, do me a favor and hold on to that look. Don't let me forget, because I wanted to debate that with you. Explorers of Sky had some good elements, and I would say it's the best dungeon crawler we've covered. But otherwise, no. Okay, I'm going to take a very brief AFK. Enjoy this wonderful, beautiful music. I'm not going to force you to listen to that. I'm not evil. I'm not evil. Let me get some like atmospheric music going or something. I'm going to do a quick AFK. Then we're going to do the initial audit because I meant to do that this morning. I didn't have time. So here, I'll be right back. What's doubly funny is I've changed chairs like 3 or 4 times since then, Malik. It's okay, chair. I love the current you. No, no, I don't want the previous chairs back. Although... I mean, I still have fond memories of chair 3. Just saying. Okay. Will this score worse than Anthem? Well, that's a good question. I don't really know Anthem's score because Anthem is not a current review. So in short, I have no idea. It's more like a invalid question. Not applicable. Yes, my Kumano. But it's okay because those eyes bespoke a great love. Oh, tell me about it, Humble Magnus. The reason I don't skimp on chairs anymore is because of exactly that. Excuse me. Yeah, exactly hazardous. Yeah, nowadays a little more nuanced. Sorry about the noise. Okay. Let's put this up here. Somebody was suggesting doing requests for music. Does someone have a request for music? Does that person, I don't actually remember who it was, have a request for music right now? Because this is going to take me a couple minutes to do. Giga. Just for you, Giga, I will play a song. Just for you. If I can find it. Here. No, that's not it. Where is it? Listen, all I'm saying is that you're extremely wrong, Lord Harriman. Because I'm a typical streamer, obviously. Here we go, I found him. I don't think so, Spartan, sorry. Okay. Oh no. We all know I'm Needhog. This is the song that will play when I'm finally sick of this goddamn planet. Yeah, everyone everywhere will hear this. And I will open my terrifying maw and sing the song that ends the world. Yeah, I'll just suddenly have long white hair. Again. Don't worry, I still have Frostmourne. It's just downstairs. Of course, Act. Of course. Oh, there it is. I know. I actually really like this song. It just gets a little repetitive, but it's still a damn good song. Okay, that's organized. Favorite race in Guild Wars 2? Ooh. Okay, so just for looks... Oh god, even that's hard. Guild Wars 2 races all look awesome. My three favorites are the Asurans, the Sylvari, and the Char. Picking between that is difficult, though. I'd have to think about that. I would say lore-wise, though, honestly, even though the Char have more long-term relevance and, frankly, more development, I really like what they did with Sylvari. No spoilers. So I think I'm going to go with the Sylvari on that one. You know, I was thinking about saying, while I'm doing this audit and lining everything up and making sure we're all good here, something I noticed when I was going through this game. I'm sorry, the name of this song is Shadowbringer's Dungeon Boss Theme. I have no idea what the name of the song is. Something I was noticing as we went through this game is that it's not horrifically bad in any one field. You know how there's games where there's like 12 negatives to level design, or 8 negatives to boss design, or whatever, right? Like, it just piles on the negatives because there's one thing that just really sucks. No, Spartan, we're about to do it. I just want to do this first. But this game isn't like that. It's just double or triple negatives in almost every category, which is something we don't see very often. It's not extremely bad here and extremely bad here. It's bad. You know? And it's funny, because several times I've thought about, is that a triple negative thing, or is that a double negative thing? And most times I'm like, well, no. Because it's not. It's just bad. I've seen worse. Weird to think about. Yeah, it's just regularly bad everywhere. Exactly. See, that's funny. I think I might agree with you, Haz. It's just, like, obviously not in a review sense, more in a philosophical sense. It's like, eh. Okay, so you said enemy variety. Yes, without question, Mr. Red. Without question. Didn't think that walking in, but here we are. This is... It also has that extra little oomph on top of everything else. And you're probably thinking, what's the extra little oomph? I know this sounds pathetic, but it is what I consider to be the worst part of the level, and it's that damned ancient castle in the middle of everything. If I know you probably don't really have a good mental map of the game, but bear with me for a second, okay? Watch me here. So up top, here at the surface, we've got some of the caves and some of the little ruins we can go through. And then we go down a little bit, and we go through this thing, and then we get to the first level of the ancient ruins. There's also a side area over here, which leads to the forge, which leads to the second area of the ancient ruins. And then there's a little side area that goes off to the widows and to their, like out to the ocean side and all that. And then there's the third level of the ruins. And then at the bottom of these ruins, we go out and we go do the areas we've been doing for the last few hours here. This is the central hub and the central axis of the entire level design. Everything is literally centered around this tree of the ancient hub, and it sucks. It's the place with the boring music everyone hated, that's dull gray stone next to dull gray stone. And it's irritating to navigate, and it's frustrating in terms of its enemy design, and the whole place sucks. And that's my thoughts on that. Enemy design. Hang on. Enemy design. Enemy variety. Excuse me. Enemy variety is what you were asking about. So... I'm debating this because we have, at this point in review terminology, we have divested enemy design from enemy variety. But the question here is, does the enemy variety improve the game? That's really the question. Is it a positive? Does it make the game better? There is some enemy variety on display. There's enemies that move slowly, there's enemies that have short-range attacks, there's enemies with long-range attacks, there's homing attack enemies, there's draining enemies, there's enemies that are archers. I think that actually might be it, but nevertheless, that's still there's still a decent variety there. The question is, does that make that game better? And that's what I wanted to debate with you, Lord Harriman. And yeah, I'm not even going to talk about the fact that the combat is terrible. Let's just ignore that for a moment. There's not really any encounter design, like at all. You know, you'll pretty much never find enemies in any bundle unless they're trying to kill you. Like, when we walked into the mausoleum, there were like 5 or 6 skeletons that popped up to all shoot us, but that's not really, you know, good encounter design, right? That's screw you. There's the xenomorphs. I'm just kind of waiting for Lord Harriman to give me his thoughts on that, because I will say there's something else that I need to debate if we've given enough negatives for. I know that sounds strange, but you'll see what I mean in a second. Let me get caught up here. Every dungeon crawler we've ever reviewed, we have never given a plus to level design for. I put Diablo under RPGs for obvious reasons, really. I know there's some bleed over. Yeah, no, I agree, Act. So what's going to happen, the Maestro, is probably about a week after Baldur's Gate 3 actually goes live, we'll go ahead and start streaming it, yeah. So, once it's there, we're there. It is ready to go. It's already funded. hope I finish the Baldur's Gate 3 in a week. Ha! Yeah, that's not happening. I am dreading the crap out of the game. I do not want to play that game right now. No offense to anybody who wants to play that game. I really don't want to play that game right now. Uh-oh, now we're playing Fire Emblem. Baldur's Gate 3, Triaxia. No, pushing it back doesn't change anything. It's already funded. It's just, that's it. That's it. I might as well pull that trigger as soon as it shows up. There's no reason to delay. As weird as that sounds. There it is. I haven't talked about the animations at all. To answer your question. Now let me see what Lord Harriman actually said here. Animations. Too long, Triaxia. I'm already behind on everything. I then fell even further behind thanks to bullcrap, and now I have to play a very long game. That's it. That's the only reason. Okay, if you haven't gotten your guess in, this is a really good time to do it, because I'm locking down the guessing game now. So make sure to get your guesses in, because if you don't, then that sucks. I'm playing some of the animations in my head, and honestly, no. No, they're not good. I'm not going to give them a negative, but I would actually call them below average, like across the board. It feels like an early PS2 game. I don't know where this is in the PS2's life cycle. Honestly, most of these animations feel like PS1 animations. They're not good. So, yeah, no. So, let's see here. We've got 2 pluses to story, 7 negatives to story, 2 pluses to gameplay, and 56 negatives to gameplay. Hello? So, let's go ahead and do the final boss. Let's go ahead and unmute the game. I feel like something's happening here. I'm not sure what, though. That's it. Yes, definitely a net positive game. Alright, so let's go fight the final boss. Alright, so we have to kill this guy first? Can I talk to you?
Wait, this is a net positive game?
No.
I was wondering.
No. Okay, so is that the final boss up there, Mr. Red? Oh, I should probably actually lock down the guessing game like I just said I would. Was that the fun? Jesus Christ, hang on. Whatever, he's dead. Sorry, what's he do? Other than teleport around invisibly, except not really. And then also, you know, try to attack me.
Did you just say whoopsie's dead?
Yes. Look, I can one-shot stuff. What do you want from me? Alright. Time to fight the darkness. Final boss. These look like things I can read, but I literally can't get to them to read them.
Go left.
Oh, okay. Well, let's give the evil cursed idol to the god of darkness. This sounds like a great idea. I'm gonna be honest, that never would have occurred to me. We're 5 seconds from the last boss, and we're still running into walkthrough-itis. I mean, I would agree with that, Astrid. Well, we're dead. Okay, so we're in... You had to get that gross in at the last minute, didn't you, FromSoft? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, there's a door. There's a path. Yep, we're just gonna ignore all this. Hi, Eva. Welcome to
What are you walking in? Ew.
Yep. Welcome to the dark reality. Because the darkness is a living, breathing thing. No, that doesn't make sense.
Are you inside it?
Yeah, of course. Where else would we go? I have no idea at this point. I have no idea what the story of this game is. I still don't know what we're trying to accomplish. Are we here to serve the darkness? Are we here to kill it? Are we here to seal it? What are we doing? Okay, we're apparently here to steal the darkness instead of defeat it. Because Japan. This is already a negative. I guarantee you. We're cheating, obviously, but look at the sheer density of enemies in this game. A game where combat is this bad and as slow and plodding and sluggish as it is. Think about how awful this would be if I wasn't cheating. Think about how terrible and slow and boring this would be. Also, I'm guessing there's no saves here, and I haven't seen a save for a minute. So, imagine having to do this over and over again each time we die. The enemies that probably, I'm going to be generous, 5-shot us at this point. Yeah, even if I somehow drag my way to this point in the game, I guarantee you this would be my quit point right here. Wow. Also, yeah, I was gonna say, do you like how it's, even though it's all gross and ugly, and that's neat, it's all samey corridors, and we know what I think of samey corridors when it comes to level design. Needlessly complex and convoluted, which leads to, where the hell am I going? Yeah, my sister threw this on me. She knew I needed a comfort pillow. Okay, hang on. I do have a map. I don't know if it works for down here. Here we go. The Dark Reality. Okay, so we are here. Jesus. Okay, so hang on. So we need to follow left wall first. And yeah, it also looks boring, and this is the final dungeon song. Hang on. Those of you in chat, have you ever been to a final dungeon in a video game? It's something that usually, I actually have an entire playlist devoted to final dungeon music. For example, Home, morose, got that little military beat in the background for the implications of where Kefka's story came from. Here's another one, just randomly. One of my favorite songs of all time. Maybe it's cheating using Final Fantasies. Those tend to rock it, right? Okay, let's go with, I don't know, a song that nobody's ever heard before. You know what? How about a song from a game most people haven't even played? This is from Cyber Shadow.
How is that?
Exactly. It's a damn good game, though. Have I made my point yet?
You gotta pick a bad game.
A bad game. You know what? Okay, let me think about that. If S.A. Ross was here, I'd make a joke, but he's not here. Let's see. Do I have any bad games that have a good sound? Oh, you know what? I do. Hang on. Give me that. Should be right around here. Here we go.
This is
Sonic 06, I believe. What? Stop making fun of me. Just because you can't hear it.
I can't hear it, which makes it all the funnier. But look over and you're like,
Shut up. This is Crisis City, actually. It's not actually the last dungeon, but it kind of serves as a last dungeon song for Sonic 06. For reasons I'm not going to spoil right now. You get my freaking point. There is... It is such a common tendency that the last dungeon music... I know, Rex. It is kind of cheating. There's such a common tendency for the last dungeon to be either awesome or dreadful or impacting or uplifting or something. Even going back to Final Fantasy IV,
we're gross.
a song that has a unique last dungeon song, even from this specific composer and franchise. This is actually a great and heroic song, triumphant. I've done an analysis on this music, on this very show. And this song still nails it, right? It is. You're absolutely right, Evo. That is where this... Yeah, there's just... I'm not going to mention the fact that I've got, like, 80 Mega Man Last Dungeon songs on this playlist, because of course I freaking do. You know what? Even Mario games tend to have some legit Last Dungeon music. Let me play an example, if you'll allow me. Oh, there it is.
How dare you?
Just let it play for a sec. Just let it play. Obviously, there's better. But you get my frickin' point. You get my frickin' point. And yeah, hang on. Because it was requested. Hang on, give me a second here. I gotta find it. You gotta give me a second. But in a game I was overall pretty negative about. There's still... I don't know the name. Do you know the name of the song, Ect? I feel like I'm staring at it, but I don't know the name. Oh, there it is. It's completely out of place. And you notice, once again, it's building atmosphere and tone. And yeah, PM Tracks has a great example. Diablo 1 had a surprisingly good Last Dungeon song. Another good one, Pika. Yeah, we're seconds from the last boss. Evo, I don't really know why I'm dragging this out. I just kind of hate my life. But here, one last example, then I swear we'll move on. Just to sort of make the point. This is still a good last dungeon. Song? I don't know what happened.
I didn't realize it was stuck.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much there.
I scared myself.
Now, I know this is kind of low and kind of hard to hear. So I'm going to go quiet for just a second so you can actually process it. You notice it's got a little bit of an otherworldly feel, but still got like a military beat underneath it. An emphasis on using the same bass line they've been using since the very beginning, when you first entered the catacombs of the cathedral. Yeah, Diablo 1. It's still good. It's still absolutely what it needs to be. Yeah, it feels like a nightmare, which is what Diablo 1 was, as we talked about when we did the review not too long ago. And then we have this.
Unmute game for a fact.
Do I even need to make my point?
We should probably go find it.
Yeah, let's go beat the damn boss. Let's just do this and get out. Let's go through the It's so appropriate for a game that is so long and slow and boring. No, Pika, we're gonna go on. To go ahead and have a long, slow, boring song for the last boss. Or for the last dungeon, excuse me. And the last dungeon is, of course, a long, slow, boring slog through a long, slow, boring texture. Look at this. Look at the density of the enemies in this garbage dungeon. You know me. You know me. I am much harsher and more strict about the intros and the outros of a game. I've always been that way, and I will always be that way. That I am that way for a very freaking good reason. I have reestablished and re-emphasized why I have that view for years. This is, no joke, triple negative territory before we reach the boss. Oh yeah, as a reminder, we're moving at double speed while being invincible and being able to one-shot enemies. Think about this crap. I have a document where I keep track of the points, positives and negatives. Mr. Red apparently beat this. Mr. Red is my hero. Forgive me for being angry, but screw this nonsense. Alright, let's go kill the final boss. I don't even know what the final boss is, or why we're killing him.
It's the darkness, and you're not killing him.
Oh right, we're sealing him, sorry. Is that the final boss?
Where is it?
It's just this dragon thing that's flying around.
What?
shooting thing. Okay, that's not the final boss. Okay, we're okay. I mean, you know, honestly, Lord Harriman, I could see the logic there. If I had beat this game, I might try to force a reviewer to review it too. It's like, well, I had to suffer through this nonsense, so now you get to experience this. I need you
Other
to tell me.
people to know how bad
Yes,
this game
we
is.
need to spread the word of how crap this game is. We need to other people to understand. Okay, so final boss time. Here it is. Here it is. You seek the dark too.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we really don't.
Talk to you.
You're kidding.
What?
Well, okay.
Are we dying?
I don't know what's happening at this point. Which I suppose is just the tagline for this review. Hey, if we do a highlight reel, I'll put a highlight thing. If we do a highlight reel, King's Field 4. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, so like, but like, you're joking.
What?
So the final boss sits there and does nothing, while wave after wave of irritating enemies respawns, and then you hit him, and then he knocks you down, and, you know, because this game is in love with its pseudo-platforming, and then you run back up, and then you hit him again.
Aren't you supposed to one-shot him? So he has plot armor.
And then he knocks me down. Yep, that's the...
Mr. Red, how many times do we have to get knocked down?
Twice, I believe, so 3 hits. Rule of 3, which exists for a reason.
Oops.
I want you, everyone in chat, to imagine doing this without the double speed, without invincibility. Just doing this for the final boss. Time. What? What? The darkness that had covered the skies for countless years has finally ebbed into nothingness.
How did you kill the boss?
I couldn't read the rest of that quickly enough. The scars from eons of dark dominion will eventually heal, but the comfort of sunshine is more immediately felt by all.
How did you kill the boss?
The cursed land has been cast into the abyss, forever sealed by the strength of the forest.
What? What does whacking it with a sword have to do with the forest?
I don't know.
I'm so confused.
This is the good ending, by the way. We went out of our way to get the good ending. The ballads of the ancient king will, and his mythic sword shall be sung by all worthy souls for ages to come.
What king?
I don't know. His field is involved, though. What's the bad ending? What?
Okay, so go back to a save state and find the bad ending.
Yeah, hang on. No, yeah, let's just do it, because I made a save right at the final boss. Because I just... By the way, do you notice there's no final boss music? While we're on the subject.
It's just the same music from earlier.
Yeah, it's the title screen music, which You know, okay, in the interest of fairness, I'm one of those people who really likes the final boss song from Dark Souls 1. Those of you who know what it is know what I'm talking about. But the thing is, that worked. And they earned that. And it's its own unique piece, specifically designed to add to the moment, right? Instead of just playing the title screen music again. Is he just immune to magic? I agree with that, X. Is he just... Okay, you know what? Let's play Minecraft. I agree with Mr. Red. Let's kill the final boss with the pickaxe. Because why not? The requirement for the bad ending is not killing the final boss with the Moonlight Sword, which is what we did earlier. We went out of our way to get it. Oh yeah, hang on. I haven't even tested this. Is this death?
What?
Hang on. I can't emulate. You have to hear. Take one of them, whichever one. Let me know when you can hear the game.
Near the gate.
It's gonna be a little loud, okay? So I'm gonna go into the instant death pit, but I'm invincible.
Okay.
It's just... Let's get out of there. Now, my favorite thing about that death noise, because that's your first time hearing it, is it sounds so much like he's so happy to die. Oh my god.
Nope, that's a positive.
We have given that kind of thing a positive in the past. We
You
actually have
got-
a
no,
category.
stop
We have a category for it.
Stop
haven't we?
type.
I'll do it in a second. I'm not gonna forget. I can't forget the year. Thank God I'm dead! At last, I don't have to play this game anymore. Oh my God. Oh. No. Well, maybe Triaxia. Maybe. Yeah, we're gonna put that under story. That's where we put that kind of humor thing. Okay, so he's dead. We did it. We killed the last boss. Except now, he's just I don't know what's happening.
Shit, stop picking up stuff.
Grave misfortune befall those who behold the idol found staring into the darkness. The darkness found a replacement and fell into sleep again.
What?
Ancient legend has come to pass.
You've become the darkness?
I think so, yeah. I think we became the next host. Surely that's not it. Oh my God, that's it. That's it. The bad ending is three
Is left to
sentences. 3 sentences on a black background. That's insulting. That I didn't like the good ending, but that's the bad ending? Yeah, I've literally seen NES endings that are better than that. Literally. Plural.
Don't forget your ha.
Hang on.
In fact, you should go back to your save state and go jump in the lava.
And thanks to the players.
Go jump in the lava. Go.
Give me
Go.
a sec,
You need to laugh.
Give me a second. Let me finish typing this out. I want to see if there's anything after the ending. A loser is you! Oh my god, does it literally just go back to the title screen?
Same state. Jump in the lava.
Well, hang on, let me change the save state. But wait, it's the same music it just was. How do I know it's different? The final dungeon song is the title screen song.
Jump in the lava.
Give me a second. Let me get my thoughts out.
You need to jump in the lava so they can be amused by the screen. They don't want to listen to this. They want to listen to, yeah! Jump in the lava.
Fine.
Lava. Neptune,
You may thank my sister for what's about to happen.
You can be smiling when you type your thoughts out because the game is done.
He's stuck. Why can't I die? Why am I still stuck here? Okay.
I think I broke the lore.
I'm not evil, I swear. Penguin says he has lungs the size of boxcars.
Little did you know, when you turned on cheats, you turned on infinite lung power.
Yep, I have infinite lung power now. Oh my god.
Aren't you glad you turned on
Oh, oh my god. It's true, we literally do have more breath capacity with cheats. That's actually true.
Aren't you glad you turned on the cheats?
Oh my
Or aren't you
god.
glad you jumped in the lava?
Oh my god. Oh. Ah. 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 Yeah, that's true. Anytime I need to degauze, I have this save state right here. You just load this save. I'll just be like, man, I'm in a bad mood, and I'll load this save state and just jump in the lava. Oh. Oh my god. Ah.
Are you still in the lava?
Yeah. Okay, I need to do some math. Give me a second. 435. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, dude, Trihexia, if I didn't cheat,
You would have stopped playing the game.
Yeah, I would have stopped playing the game. I would have pulled the trigger on that. If cheats were not available, because we've run into that problem before with some games, I would just, no offense, Mr. Red, I would have pulled the trigger probably about halfway down. probably before that, actually. That this game, I would have gotten so sick of the ancient city, the hub. I would have just been like, no, we're good. Yeah, let's call this the Spidey of video games. I like that comparison.
What?
Spidey. The terrible, terrible show that she likes.
You've told them about it?
I have given them details about how crap that show is. I have used that as an example of bad writing, yes. Yeah, I put it in the clips, Mr. Red. Someone pick a number between 1 and
72.
8. Have I figured out the story? No.
7.
6? Okay, 6 has a great Last Dungeon song. Wow. Something I've talked about a lot. Yeah! Sorry. Something I've talked about a lot, and I will...
Are you still screaming?
No, I muted it. Or I paused it.
You
Nope.
should unmute it for a second.
Okay, fine. This is for my sister. Okay, so, something I've talked about a lot is the idea that something that's long is not bad and something that's short is not good, and that keeps coming up in game design. We have literally shark thrown at me. We've literally had games that are short that felt long because they were so crap, and then we would immediately switch to a long game that felt shorter because it was good. As I've always talked about, density and quality matter, not the actual length. Length of a game literally does not matter. The reason I bring that up is we pushed through this game in 14.1 hours, which is relatively short. It sure didn't feel like it, though. Like, honestly, I thought this was going to be, I don't know, this felt like a 30, 40-hour game.
It
Even
would
with
have
cheating. It would have been longer than that. Here, what was the number you picked, Sis?
72.
Fine. That's going to be loud, so we're going to turn that down a bit. Good pick, though. Okay, so let me do some math. I'm really curious how bad this one's going to be. I really am. Let me change some numbers here. The real question is, how bad is it going to be compared to, the bottom of the list? That's the real question. I have to actually do the audit now. Absolutely, this is random. You know what we need to do? We need to get a sound clip of the yeah, and then replace notes in a song with that, so the song is yeah, kind of like that. Why? Why do they lose their hair? Yeah, exactly.
I'm getting feathers.
Can anyone find something about that? Put the sound clap in my next rewrite. No. Personal copy wrong. Doodads. You know what? I'm gonna give a negative for doodads. I and the storm that is approaching. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Make a whole sound font that's just yeah. But yeah, I was just thinking, I gave Suikoden a negative for doodads for the exact same reason. I'm not going to hold back on this just because it's an early PS2 game. No, there are no doodads, really. If it makes you feel any better, Crazy Norse, I had no idea it was going to be this bad either. I knew this was going to be a bad game, but honestly, I was picturing like, not, this nonsense. Oh, hey! This song always uplifts my mood, literally. Why?
I don't know.
Valid.
Because that's what I have that was right.
Listen, death to Suikoden and to the living, Crazy Norse. I think we all can agree on that. I'm going to go and give that negative to localization.
Well,
yeah. Out of bones and meat, obviously. Obviously, there was literally localization errors as we were going through it. But I have a feeling, and I don't have a way of proving this, but I kind of don't care. I have a feeling that at least part of the reason...
Logs.
Yeah, I have a feeling that one of the reasons why I have not been able to figure out what the plot of this game is, having now beaten it, is partially due to the localization issues. Because these kind of games, and we talked about this, Dark Souls games, Souls-like games, rely on you being able to pay attention to the little details and little nuances because you need to infer accurately. And I'm pretty sure we couldn't. You have to build a walrus out of logs.
30 logs. When bonfires require 15 wood.
Negative to gameplay.
Okay, I now am mining yellow presents out of the ice, which I just thawed with my bonfire.
Nice.
They are infinite spawning. And I have to bring yellow back.
Okay.
On my walrus made out of logs. I'm somehow alive.
Bless you.
Oh, I'm building a snowman out of feathers.
That's true, Darkbird 7. Bless you again. You're absolutely right. So that leaves us a net -10 to story. Not great, but, there's worse. Okay, I will put $1 towards the game of your choice if you can guess what game this is from. You already know the hint. This is the last dungeon, because we're on that playlist. Has to be the specific game, too.
That's the second hint. That means there's more than one of it.
It is. But I didn't say that.
You said it has to be the correct
No, I wasn't giving
one.
it away. That's my point. They have to pick up on the fact that I gave them 2 hits. I'm only telling them I'm giving them 1 hit. Well, yeah. So you just gave everything away.
I get everything.
I gave you 2 hints, Act. It's from a franchise,
It doesn't do any good to punch naked penguins.
and it doesn't do any good to punch naked penguins.
This is massive negative pain. I'm having to run around and punch penguins as I need 413 feathers.
That's gonna take forever.
And each time you hit them, they drop between 2 and 2 feathers. And they stop dropping feathers after 3 hits. At least they all drop feathers. Oop, nope, that one just dropped one.
Song's about to end. The song ends and nobody gets it. Nobody gets it. Yes, Mr. Red. Sorry. I feel like I've already said all I have to say about that, so... It is what it is. For what it's worth, this has been an interesting, even enlightening, experience reviewing this game. I really didn't think it was going to be this bad.
Excuse me. They stopped dropping feathers after 3 minutes.
Yeah, after garbage is mega garbage. And then you got turbo garbage. And then there's the one-winged angel garbage form. So, that was, excuse me, Kirby Robobot, specifically. It's the 3DS Kirby game. A surprisingly good Kirby game. It's actually one of the best Kirby games ever made. IMO. And it has awesome music like that in it. Most Kirby games have a pretty good soundtrack, though. Replayability. Mr. Red, you are, to my knowledge, the only person in chat who's played this game, other than me. Do you think this game is replayable? Please give me your honest opinion.
I don't think it's playable in the first place.
Well, since that's a good point. If a game isn't playable, can it be replayable? I just realized something. What are you doing?
I'm mining yellow.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Red really had to think about that. He took a minute to answer that. So I just realized there's something I forgot to give 3 negatives for, which, you know, that's one of the reasons we do these audits at the end of a game.
Okay, I want you to swim around on my walrus.
Oh my god.
Now make a turn.
Whoop. 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 There you go. Oh, that's great.
That's my walrus made out of wood.
Traversal. Traversal mechanics is something we talk about a lot. It's very important, and a huge amount of game designers do not understand how important it is to make going from point A to going to point B as good as you can. At the very least, you want to make sure that it's not irritating or slow
I
or
used
clunky.
yellow to build a coal farm or factory.
Or all the things that it is in this game. And yeah, that is what it is. It's terrible traversal. Ideally, traversal is something that's part of the gameplay. It's fun. Spider-Man on the PS4, or Just Cause 3, or Grand Theft Auto 5, or help me out. A game where it's just fun to go from point A to point B. Shadow of War, the second Mordor game, is another good example. Death Stranding, I actually agree with that. Death Stranding is a good example of that. Some Assassin's Creed games, I actually agree. Oh, stretch. Yeah, no, even though this is this bad of a game, it's still not going to be as bad, even just on the gameplay axis, as some games we have already covered. You gotta understand, we've covered some dreck on this show. Thank you, Chris Vilker. I am doing better now that I'm past this game. Subnautica, another good one. I will put that towards Batman Arkham City, by the way, another good example. God of War 5 and Metal Gear Solid 2. This is the third VOD in the series, Lord Hermont. Yeah, could someone do me a huge favor? Pull up my site and look, like, or sort it by golden number. What's the bottom 5, please? While I finish this audit really quick here. We don't have to give the unskippable cutscenes negative.
Why?
Because the cutscenes are skippable.
Oh.
I know. It's shocking. Oh, I'm sorry, Sean. I'm sorry. You caught me in the middle of that. I did see your donation. I did write it down, but I don't think I said anything. Thank you, Sean. Very, very much. And I did jot it down for, just to be sure, Spider-Man, and Stray. No, there are actually 4 cutscenes in the game. I'm not making that up. Sorry, Sean. Thank you for double-checking me on that. I apologize for not saying thank you properly. So it looks like our bottom 5 are Shattered Universe, Quest 64, Mega Man X7, Devil May Cry 2, and Secret of the Stars. And there's some numbers. Perfect. Do we think it's going to get down there? Negative 34 is hard to reach. Remember, it's exponential. So every point negative down is more than the previous point negative down.
I'm now mining candy canes to get red. I'm not even joking.
I believe you.
Infinite spawning candy canes.
You know what? I just thought of another negative. And by thought of, I mean I'm going through the audit, and that's the purpose of the audit. Tutorialization. I know what you're going to say, but Lore, 3 seconds after you go forwards, you die into a lava pit, and that tutorializes those pits that don't exist in the rest of the game, so no, that doesn't count. Yeah, there is an absence of tutorialization. Now, I've seen worse tutorials in games, I have, but this kind of absence of tutorialization, even in game design or level design, that's a negative. Checking here, a couple other things. I think that is it, though. So, tutorialization. That means our total gameplay score is negative 64. It depends on the specifics, Phoenicia. Are the cheats built in? No. If so, is that a positive? Yes. Built-in cheats are almost always a positive, at least if they're good cheats. Alright, I'm gonna do some math. Give me just a second. Yeah, that's not great. that's not great. Just to give you some numbers here, that is a density of 0.7 story negatives per hour, which is really bad. Hang on, it gets worse. That is 4.5 gameplay negatives per hour. That is a negative roughly every 15 minutes. That's bad. We've had worse than that. For example, Secret of the Stars was more dense than that. Devil May Cry 2 was worse than that. But still, that's bad. That is a ratio of 18.75% on the story axis and 2.94% on the gameplay axis. For those of you relatively new, what I mean by ratio is I track, so there's the total points, and then I track what percentage of all points given are positive. So 18.75% of the points are positive on the story axis, and 2.94% of the points are positive on the gameplay axis. Can I get a drum roll, please? Okay, let's see. I have a drum roll emote in chat. But thank you, sis.
I only had one hand, so.
Okay, I see where it's at. I see where it's going to sit in the bottom 5. I'm going to give this away. It is in the bottom 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Kingsfield 4 has a golden number of negative... I'm trying to be shocked. $41.54. That surpasses Star Trek. That surpasses Star Trek Shattered Universe and puts it at the number 5 slot. It doesn't surpass Quest 64 or Mega Man X7 or Devil May Cry 2 or Secret Stars, but it is the 5th worst game I have played. It crawled its way down to the number 5 slot. Jesus Christ. Oh, wow. Where's the guessing game? Let's see who won. 41.54. Looks like it's actually Zlartek, which I think is like the 3rd time. Okay, Zlartek, are you a time traveler? Just admit it. Just tell us that you're a time traveler, because that's like the 3rd one in a row, I believe, that you've won and put towards the messenger. My God. Yes, Zlartek is just a pseudonym for me. That's what it is. I'm gonna go. I have paperwork to do, obviously, at the end of a stream. I gotta catch up on a few things, and then I should probably go ahead and eat lunch. Final thoughts.
This sucked.
Earlier, I made a comment. We are gonna be starting XCOM 2 today. Final thoughts. We mentioned earlier that some people derive enjoyment and pleasure from overcoming something that's irritating, frustrating, and bad. I am not one of those people. The only thing I feel is, thank God it's over. My final thoughts are, thank God it's over. And also, yeah! I signed on this. Yeah.